Tucson, AZ to Las Vegas, NV. 45 miles per hour maximum. Tire! 8 hours if you do it right. Don't let go of the controller and watch that little pull to the right. It's not glamorous. It's not pretty. It's not exciting. It's real. Oh, and check your manual for details on our Desert Bus Contest. Wow. Just watching Teller race through that dry, sandy, endless desert sure does leave me parched. Hey, oh, don't go to the controller. Not let. You don't want 4 hours of hard driving to go right down the drain, do you? No. Besides, I wouldn't drink too much water if I were you. It's 200 miles to the next rest area. Desert Bus.
Live from a virtual bus on its way to Las Vegas, it's Retro Pals with Danny and Alex. Hello, Alex.
Hi, Danny. Why are we doing this?
Actually, this is a really bad idea. Can we quit?
Well, you're already rolling, so we can. Real quick before we start, I want to thank Caleb C. For gifting 5 subs to the community. Congrats to Ultra Pancake, Max Incyber, Inciting, Sotenga, and Don Poffins on their new subs.
Nice. Welcome to the club.
Yeah, welcome. And thank you to Manx-a-Lot for the 9-month resub. Manx-a-Lot says, I'm on the bus. Welcome, everybody. Get on the bus. Enjoy yourself.
All right, we've hit double-digit viewers. We've reached, that's all I want.
Yeah, that was Danny's, he's like, all right, our expectations for this stream, we're not going to get good, maybe not as many viewers, but if we get over 10 viewers, we're epic. And you know what? We are epic. We're very epic. Should I turn on the radio?
Nah, not just yet.
Okay.
So this is Desert Bus, and right off the bat, let me make a few things clear, establish some ground rules for this completely stupid, asinine thing we're about to do.
Yes, my favorite things.
First of all, I want to emphasize we are not affiliated with Loading Ready Run or the Desert Bus for Hope campaign.
Absolutely not.
The new one will kick off later this year, and you should watch that and also donate if possible.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're probably aware that there's a group that does a yearly donation drive. They drive the bus as long as possible and rack up donations for people in need. That's not us. We're just doing this for no reason.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, it's just, first of all, not asking for money so as not to step on Loading Ready Run's toes. Second of all, it seems kind of in bad taste to squeeze people for money during a global pandemic, so I'm not going to do that either.
Yeah, we're not in the mood.
With that said, if we were doing this for ourselves to rack up money for us, we would definitely call it Desert Bus for Us.
Thank you.
That said, we still gladly accept your subscriptions, your bits, your donations, anything you got, anything to keep us sane over this next 8-hour drive.
Why are we doing this? Real quick thank you to Kate Lipsy for the 100 bits. Kate Lipsy says, I never expected y'all to do this, and well, I am impressed. I'm going to do my best to watch y'all while I work. You two are the highlight of my week. Oh, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
We're glad to provide real stupid shit for y'all. I saw that folks mentioned audio's kind of quiet. Yes, it's because we will be turning on the radio at one point, and we do not want to blast your eardrums. And also, do you want to listen to bus noise for 8 hours?
Actually, why don't you turn it up a little bit on our end? I have to make sure I hear when we're about to go off the road. Let me test it. Okay, yeah, I can definitely hear it. Good. Okay, another thing to keep in mind. Let's look at it a different way, just in case we, for some reason, lose enthusiasm for the project halfway through. Let's look at this as not an attempted completion, but setting a personal best. I'd be happy to get at least a couple hours on the road before we jam this thing in the river. Otherwise, if we make it, cool. If not, we'll have done our best, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, this is a test of endurance. This is
as a feat of strength.
This is us flexing our virtual muscles, which are big and beefy.
Oh, I have the hugest muscles. I'm the biggest, most muscular bus driver in the world. You should see me.
It's kind of disturbing. Real quick, thank you very much to DJ High for the 25 bits. Do appreciate that.
Nice, thank you. So why are we doing this? Well, it's because we recently wrapped up a years-long project called Sega CD Monday. This is something we started a little more than 2 years ago here on Twitch. We vowed to play every single game released for Sega CD and Mega CD in all regions. And as of Wednesday, we did that. We played all the retail games, and even all the canceled games, ending with Penn and Teller's Smoke and Mirrors. If you're unaware, Penn and Teller's Smoke and Mirrors is an unreleased game for Sega CD that contains a whole bunch of mini-games designed to trick and anger your friends. It also has a horrible adventure game mode, which we played all the way through on Wednesday.
Sure did.
And in fact, the only part of the disc we haven't shown off on stream yet is this, right here, Desert Bus, the centerpiece of the whole thing, and basically the only part of this canceled project anyone remembers nowadays. What is this? It is a virtual bus ride from Tucson, Arizona to Las Vegas, Nevada in real time. The bus can only do, if you see the speedometer down there, 45 miles an hour. It's a 360-mile trip. Do the math, and that is exactly 8 hours. For the record, the clock in the lower left, or rather lower right, started at 7:30. We also have a speedrun timer up, so you can tell just how long we've been doing this. It's exactly 8 hours from now we'll have finished this.
Yeah, you can use this to see exactly when we go insane.
When'll it be? I'm predicting the 30-minute mark.
I think that we'll actually do pretty good, but by hour 5 we're going to die.
Yeah, absolutely.
Unless the bus crashes, which
Who even knows?
Who knows?
Who can tell? Yeah, our objective is to get 1 point. If you complete the trip, you get 1 point, and then you're asked to make a return trip. How far can I get off the road here? Pretty far, as it turns out. Okay, so I told Alex I was going to teach him the rules to driving the bus. This is what you do. It's this button here, the X button on this controller. This would normally be the A button on the Genesis.
Okay.
This is the button you have to hold down at all times, no matter what.
Okay.
Also, the only other button you need to know about is left on the D-pad. That makes you go left.
Okay.
The bus otherwise veers to the right constantly, and you have to make pretty consistent adjustments in order to keep it on the road.
Do you want to practice? Want me to practice?
Yeah. We passed the controller. Alex is now driving the bus.
I sure am. Hey,
Hey, you're doing a good job.
I can do this.
So here's things you should avoid. The sides of the road. I did the math, and once you reach the side of the road, it starts to make a scraping noise. From that point on, you have exactly 3 seconds to get back on the road. Otherwise, if you last more than 3 seconds off-road, the bus will break down, and you'll have to wait for a tow truck, and our run is finished. They actually make that pretty easy. It is exactly 3 seconds. I counted it as 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi.
Oh, damn. Traditional.
You can go as long as 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3, and if you fix it by then, it's fine. But if you wait for 3 Mississippi, you're dead.
Okay.
So they give you a little bit of leeway. Other things, you don't actually go off the right side of the road until you reach a specific point in the heads-up display. This is something you'll learn by playing. The side of the road can actually fully engulf the right window pane in the bus. You can actually just let it go. Why don't you see how far you can push it?
Like, to the side of the road?
Yeah.
I'm afraid.
It's okay.
I don't want to crash the bus.
So keep going. Keep going. I'll tell you when you absolutely have to turn. It's right now. Right when the right window pane is about to be fully engulfed with sand.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Like...
Right around
here. Yeah. Okay. All right. Good to know.
The other thing that's good to know is you can only crash the bus off the left side if you hold left for 3 seconds. That is 3 Mississippi. So what you can do is, once you're about to hit the right side, you hold left until you hit the left side of the road, and as long as you don't hold it long enough to hear that scraping noise for 3 seconds, you're fine.
Let me try that. Let me try a quick turn here.
Another thing the game will do to try to trip you up is if you hold left for more than a second, it'll suddenly veer to the left. Don't let it psych you out. That's just a little gameplay mechanic to make you freak out a little bit.
Okay. Yes, it does tell you back to Tucson in real time if you crash.
It does, yes. All right, we've finished our first 8 minutes of this 8-hour trip. That's what, 1/10 of the way there? We're almost there.
All right, so should I pass it back, or do you want me to drive the first 30 minutes here?
Why don't you drive for a couple more minutes while I go over the basics a little bit more?
Okay.
Actually, is there anything else to know about this? Alex, don't listen to what I'm about to say. The other mechanics in this game are completely inessential.
Okay.
The B button, if you're curious, is your brake. You never have to use it. It's circle on the controller, but seriously, don't worry about it. The other button, the C button, you can only use if you're at a complete stop. Believe it or not, there are bus stops throughout this entire desert run, and you can stop and use the C button to open your door for anyone who will step aboard. There's never anyone who wants to step on board the bus.
Aww.
And even worse, we discovered just before the show that if you let your bus idle, like just for, let's say, 20 or 30 seconds, it'll crash, it'll break down, and the tow truck will automatically come. So you definitely don't want to stop at any point.
Okay, don't stop. I'm seeing. Thank you, Chad, for the bus facts. I can't really read them out loud right now, but we do appreciate them. And please keep the bus facts coming. I want to know everything about buses.
Yeah.
Drive me wild with bus facts.
We have various things planned. We have a little bit of a schedule. We have planned discussions, things to occupy our time. Basically, I just wanted to think of this as like a laid-back road trip. In fact, I've made a trip very similar to this a couple times.
Yeah.
Me and my old roommate Seth, we've driven through the Nevada desert, through Arizona and New Mexico, and I can tell you, this is 100% realistic. This is exactly what it looks like.
The only thing it's missing is really bad roadside attractions.
Yeah.
There's no The Thing. There's no giant Barstow thermometer. That's if you're driving from California to Nevada, which I've done a million times, and it's a lot like this, too. Just the most boring thing you've ever experienced.
People are talking about their own train systems being a shit show. Yeah, they can't all be as efficient as the desert bus. Tepid Snake, we cannot stop for ice cream until we get to Las Vegas, unfortunately. This bus, if it stops, it cannot start up again. In fact, it's very similar to the movie Speed. I think the bus in Speed had to go above 45 miles an hour.
It did.
And if you go below that here, you risk, again, breaking down, and that's the end of the game. There's no bathroom on the bus, but there is a door out the backside, so you can just hang your butt out the back and...
Excuse me!
...do your business.
We are not Dave Matthews Banding it, okay? You will shit in a bucket like everyone else. There's a big bucket, and...
Oh, Taizo, rookie mistake, drinking a shit ton of Pepsi just before the trip. Yeah, I hope everyone, hope everyone was all rested up, went to the bathroom, got drinks and snacks.
Yeah, and there's no Wi-Fi on the bus, so I hope you have a Discman or something.
Now me, I stocked up on Grandma's cookies, that staple gas station food. So I'll be eating those throughout the trip.
I swear, are those only available at gas stations?
I think so, yeah.
God, they are so good. God, they are what we would call a road trip icon. That's right, I'm going to be calling out road trip icons throughout the stream. Icons of those many road trips that we aren't doing.
Yeah, all those cheese danishes. Maybe you stop by a kolache place.
Okay, that's some Texas shit. You don't get that in other parts of the country, but if you're in Texas...
You can pull over in New Mexico and get some, like, artisanal dirt or something.
Danny, you're going to get peppers.
They have food there.
They have their...
I've seen, unfortunately, very little New Mexico. All I've seen is this. This is the exact scene that I saw through the hours of driving through New Mexico we did.
Yeah, Mara's
sorry, PC98 Junior.
Yeah, I was gonna say Mara's calling us out. She's making us.
I'm just getting your goat.
She's been kind enough to make us dinner and snacks during this, so like, I don't want to shit. We want to thoroughly apologize to New Mexico. We know that you eat more than dirt because I've been there and I've had really delicious food there. Your Mexican food is fucking amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to New Mexico. We are not starting any beefs with any states. Not today.
Some people here have experience with road tripping, other people not. I gotta say, tripping through the southwest United States is a very different experience than anywhere else in the country.
Yeah,
because of just how
true.
little there is. You're honestly shocked at how much undeveloped land and unspoiled nature is out there. Just miles and miles and miles of it.
It's really beautiful and really boring, and that's why I think that my hot take is that roadside attractions in the southwestern states, especially in those big stretches, they're just better because you are so happy to see something, anything, that when you see like this fake, when you see like, hey, do you want to see something called The Thing? You're like, yes, God, yes, I would love to see anything. The Thing? Yes. Please show me a fake fucking mummy. Please show me a fake
You
mummy.
You spoiled it.
Sorry, I didn't mean to spoil The Thing.
God damn it. Yeah, as I mentioned, me and my roommate did that a long time ago. We did the whole thing. We did a trip to Classic Gaming Expo 2002 in Las Vegas, and we did the whole tourist thing of stopping at every stupid roadside attraction. In particular, there was this thing called The Thing, all caps, question mark at the end. This was advertised over like a 200-mile stretch of roadway, so by the time we got there, we were like, we gotta see this thing. And you can spoil it for yourself by looking it up online if you like.
Yeah, it's changed now, Dan. Did you know they changed their theme?
There's a different thing?
Yes, the thing is still there, but it's now themed to it's now a fake museum about when aliens teamed up with dinosaurs to try to take over the Earth.
Sweet.
I was gonna say, it's kind of cool now.
It's time to make a return trip.
Yeah, actually, you know.
Thank you to Nervous for the 69 bits.
Oh, thank
Much
you.
Much appreciated. That will serve us well out here on the road.
Mm-hmm. We'll use that to get some gas, some of that. Ooh, a Slurpee. Or like, I want to get like one of those like knockoff Slurpees you get from one of those gas stations you've never heard of. And you're just like, it's iced cool. And it looks like their mascot is a penguin of some sort with sunglasses and a skateboard.
Just now catching up on chat. I have a working chat on my phone, so don't worry if the actual chat on screen gets frozen. Bad Game Hall of Fame asks, do you reckon folk who operate those sorts of attractions just live in their buildings? Or do they make potential hours-long commutes on the daily?
They live there.
That would make more sense if you just had a small bedroom in the back and opened up in the morning for the people who want to see the thing.
Yeah, from what I understand, tourist traps are mostly in tourist towns, and those folks live there. There's towns and stuff's kind of set up for that there. If you're actually, we're gonna talk about YouTube later in the show, but there's a guy who goes to a bunch of roadside attractions called Jacob the Carpetbagger, and
that's a great name.
Yeah, he's a guy from the north who moved to the south because he was like, man, these roadside attractions are wild. I want to look at this shit. Anyways, yeah, he did a thing on The Thing, but he does interviews and stuff with these roadside attraction folks too. It's really interesting. Chat's being blessed, thank God.
Who is
And
this person again?
Jacob the Carpetbagger.
Okay, go look up Jacob the Carpetbagger. That's a word I haven't heard in a while.
Yeah, the guy got his name because some guy with a Confederate flag icon was mad that he moved to the South. And he was like, we called him a carpetbagger, and he was like, hell yeah.
Honestly, spite is a good enough reason for anything.
That's what powers me day by day.
Speaking of Bad Game Hall of Fame, and to everyone else who volunteered to be on this call, thank you. It's much appreciated. And in fact, that's a great idea that we should have considered a long time ago. Unfortunately, we didn't have enough time to really set up things to invite people over and have them in. Maybe next time. Maybe next time we take this trip. Also, this is kind of a precarious situation we're in because I tried to get our Sega CD up and running yesterday to make this run. I gave it a thorough cleaning. I even opened up the CD drive assembly. I adjusted the potentiometers, did everything I could to get it to run one last time. No luck, no going. It did not happen. So what we're doing is we're using Kega Fusion. This is an emulator that does not keep input when you click to other windows. So if we need to do something like, say, open Discord or open up Winamp, we have to very briefly relinquish control over this. So during those times, I'll tell Alex to veer all the way to the left and go at maximum speed. So there is some risk here. At some points, we will be taking our hands off the reel.
I don't wanna.
The wheel, rather, not the reel. Yeah, it could only go well. I can only see good things happening at the 6-hour mark when I just suddenly lose interest. You wanna hand her over?
You want me to go for the full 30 minutes here? It's almost 2:30.
All right, if you feel up to it.
Yeah, I feel up to it. I want to
get your sea legs.
Yeah.
Now, I also want to have basically something I can edit into a podcast, a wrap-up for Sega CD Monday. So we will be discussing the mini games that we played over the course of that 2-year stream experiment. Talking about our favorites, the worst games, the weirdest games, and of course the mini FMV games that define the system. For now, though, I'm just enjoying the ride. I'm picturing I'm sitting in one of the passenger seats with my legs up. I got my Walkman in, my Discman. I brought my copy of Sonic CD and I'm listening to the Red Book audio tracks.
It's so good. I have a burn CD that I made, and I'm listening to all these other wonderful Sega CD audio clips. I've got Willie Beamish blasting my ears out. I got a stack of EGMs. I got a copy of the Guide to Sitcoms and it's the Guide to Primetime Television, and it lists every single primetime TV show. Throughout the show, I will be reading off TV shows that sound fake and some that are fake, and Danny has to determine whether the show I'm reading off is fake or real.
We got all kinds of fun stuff planned.
Yes, real quick, thank you very, very much to Borent for the 1,000 bits. Holy shit,
Holy cow, thank you.
Borent says they'll give us 1,000 bits for that Green Tree air freshener.
Yep, we got it right before the trip. Thank you. That'll let us afford at least 3 more air fresheners.
Oh, thank God.
I like the few details they put in this game. The air freshener, the bobbing up and down, the featureless landscape, and most of all, the rearview mirror, which reveals that no one is on this bus.
That's so sad!
It's just us. If you saw Wednesday, you'll also realize that this is the canonical conclusion to Penn and Teller's Smoke and Mirrors. We finished the adventure game, which again is terrible, and you don't need to play it. And at the very end, spoilers, Penn and Teller get on a bus, and they go through the desert, leading directly into Desert Bus. So in order to close out this series, we have to make that trip.
If we don't, we will be not considered efficient Sega CD fans, which is really sad.
Oh, Citricola, that's so unfortunate.
Oh no, my nightmare is doing a road trip without music. Oh my God.
I do remember burning plenty of CDs and playing them in my roommate's car stereo over the course of the entire trip. We brought big albums, CD binders full of CDs, as they often are.
You know, I don't know what else you'd fill them with. Maybe Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
Oh, that's a good idea. Should have brought our Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
We could be playing Yu-Gi-Oh right now. We could be playing the Yu-Gi-Ohs and the Pokemans, but...
The Pokemans?
I actually don't know if Prime is on our playlist, but...
It is on the playlist. You'll hear it eventually.
Okay.
I want to get the playlist started after the first hour or so. I want to get some good talking in. talking with Alex, because, we don't see each other that often.
Thank you, Family Consumer, for the 100 bits. I missed the message. It's,
I'll look for it.
Thank you.
It is... Hold up. Can we get Life is a Highway on repeat? No.
No.
There will be no Rascal Flatts in this bus.
All right. First rift. I think we should have Rascal Flatts in this bus.
Well, we disagree.
Okay.
Instead, we're going to start with Santana Smooth, as Boogaloo suggests.
That,
This is going to be the whole trip.
This is awful.
Let's add some interactivity to this.
Okay.
I'm going to post a poll in the chat very shortly here. Be on the lookout for a strawpoll.me posting from me right about now.
Oh shit, there's
there
a poll.
It is. Place your bets now. Your best guesses. Are we going to make it, or are we going to crash the bus? In a few minutes, I'll see which wins.
Oh man, Uzi, shout out to your Sansa Fuse MP3 player. I have a fucking Rio something MP3 player, and guess what? It still works somehow. It's old, it's beautiful, it's gorgeous, I love it.
I thought about posting this to Twitter, but I decided not to. This is a chat exclusive. That's what y'all get for actually tuning into this. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for tuning into this.
There's somehow more than 100 viewers right now. That will drop. My goal is to keep it in double digits at all times. As long as there's at least 10 of you, I'll consider this a success.
Alright, Ultimo gives us 100 bits and says, not enough Smash Mouth on the disc, man. Well...
Oh, I've done that. I've done at least one road trip where we brought along Smash Mouth's Fushu Mang, which, outside of their one hit song and their other hit song, all the other songs kind of sound like garbage.
Oh, wow.
Sorry about that.
Don't let Mr. Smash Mouth hear you. Actually, I don't think he name searches. That would be weird if he did.
He's in the back of the bus.
No, God, he's got a boombox and he's playing Fushu Mang. And no, it's not Walking on the Sun. Run away.
Some people dedicated, some people going to leave this on in the background. Good luck. I have no idea how we're going to keep this up for 8 hours, but that's what we're going to do. We're also doing this in response to the many, many people, for some reason, who have asked for a 24-hour stream from us. This is about the longest we'll go, I think. If it goes well, who knows? Might see some 72-hour, 108-hour streams.
No.
Some 1,000-hour streams. No breaks.
We're just basically trying to see if we can actually, stream for 8 hours. It's like an endurance test. It's, we're going the distance.
Yeah, we're going for speed.
Mm-hmm. We're all alone in our time of... Actually, we're not all alone. We've got 114 people watching. God bless.
Yeah, we got each other. Will this be uploaded to YouTube? Maybe. It depends on how well it goes. If this turns into a curse stream, I may just end up deleting the archive. So think of this as a one-time only event, depending on if we survive. Don't trust my ISP for 8 straight hours? Me either. It's already gone into the red, our bandwidth here on OBS, but luckily we have an option that keeps it fairly steady.
Alright, Bad Game Hall of Fame found Fushu Mang in a parking lot. Scratched up, that's so good!
That's about the place to find
Yes!
Fushu Mang.
Those are my favorite things, is the things that you just find in, random parking lots and shit. Oh, God.
Yeah, this isn't cursed at all. This is a non-cursed stream, completely. I'm trying to address everyone's chats here. But
I would love to do the setup for people to call in. It is, unfortunately, I cannot move my hands away, so it's going to be real hard to do. However, I think if we ever do something like this again, we will absolutely do a call-in. Thank you to everyone, too, who offered to... fill time.
Yeah, that was very nice of you. We actually got quite a few people offering to guest on the thing. And you're right, that is a good idea. That's why we're not doing it.
Alright,
if you stare long enough, you see Rat Cop walk between the chairs. I'm going to keep an eye on that rearview mirror. He might end up chasing us at the border. I don't
want to be yelled at by any cops this trip, thank you.
Oh, I bet Life is a Highway was a big hit in Canada. They love their Rascal Flats.
Do they? I don't know anything about Canada. Except that it's cold.
Wait a minute. Life is a Highway is like, yeah, it was a cover. That's right.
Yeah.
Tom Cochran was the original?
Mm-hmm.
I was going to say Bryan Adams. I'm sorry.
Danny.
Y'all love Bryan Adams, too. You got a lot to answer for.
Be nice to Canada. A lot of our viewers are Canadian, and they're angels. Rat Skull. Okay, yeah, I also prefer Rat Skull Flats.
Ooh, yeah.
I like rats singing music quite a bit.
I prefer
more of
chipmunks.
that. Holy shit, Bullweevil fucking bomb went from Texas to Montana when they were 11. That's
a freaking trip.
I think the farthest I've been is from Southern California to Austin, Texas. You were there with me on that trip.
I took you there, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't drive, but
No, we
I
all
chauffeured.
went. It was very long, and I fit all of my possessions in the back of a rented van.
Mm-hmm. We evacuated Alex out of California and made him a native Texan.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Went through the conversion process.
That's...
NYC to LA. Okay, well, you got everyone else beat.
You win. You win.
Anyone want to
Wow.
claim that they went from Chile to Ontario or something? I think that would beat
God.
it.
Jesus.
Yeah, the biggest I went, as I mentioned, was from both San Antonio and Austin to Las Vegas. We took the trip through New Mexico, through Arizona, and then up to Las Vegas itself. First trip went pretty well. It was great, in fact. We did all the weird touristy things. We stayed overnight in some sleazy motels. We got the full experience. It went so well that we decided to do the same thing next year. Next year we took a couple more friends with us, had even more Rascal Flatts CDs ready to go. Mm-hmm. Wait, that wasn't time for it. They had... Rascal Flatts were later. Anyway, I'm blaming Rascal Flatts for the fact that we ended up with our car breaking down, stranded in this desert. I had that experience. Just
God,
completely nowhere to go, no one to talk to, miles and miles and miles away from anywhere you could ask for help. I brought a cell phone from home, which actually didn't work outside the actual home itself.
Oh my God.
No one else had any place to call. We had to wait for probably a couple hours before someone came along and helped us out.
Holy shit. I've heard this, but
Yeah, we were just all sitting outside the car in the heat. I was thinking, man, this is the lowest point ever. It's not going to get any worse than this. And then one of the guys I was driving with said, "Hey, you ever heard of Coldplay?" And he started playing a Coldplay CD. And then I thought, okay, this is it. Now it can't get any worse.
Danny, that is so mean, but God.
Love you, Chris. You're good. Yeah, good old Chris and BMF and Spinner 8 from the old Fifi days.
Ah, damn.
We went up to Las Vegas for the Lost Levels launch party. It was fun once we got there. Not being out in the desert was not all that great. Coldplay Defenders are coming out to play along with the Rascal Flatts Defenders. That's okay. You can all fight it out amongst yourselves.
Thank you to SSFSX17 for the resub, and they give us a gaw hi. Hi to y'all too. This is wild.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, we've hit 2:30, so it's time to hand the controller back.
Okay, I'm ready. And thanks for your driving, Alex.
No problem.
Yeah, the tow truck arrives immediately in this game. It's honestly kind of uncanny. In the desert, though, especially mid-2000s when cell phone technology and reception was not great, you might end up stranded for hours.
Hey, shout out to cell phones. Like, honestly, smartphones kick ass. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they've transformed society for the better and for the worse. It's
As has Coldplay.
Probably why we're doing this right now.
Chad has a lot to say about Coldplay.
Oh, they're very popular. I bet a lot of people like them. You feel free to like them. It's America, land of the free.
You like who you like in this country, damn it.
Unless you're in Canada, which is also a free country as far as I know.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, honestly, even if you don't live in a free country, I don't care. This is a free stream. Like, this chat is a free country somehow.
So
Please don't do any geopolitical things in our chat.
So why don't we start talking about the Sega CD and what we've seen?
Okay.
Alex, when you think of the Sega CD, what do you think?
Well, I currently think about Desert Bus, but
Yeah.
when I think of the Sega CD, I think of FMV games and just everyone trying to get in on that FMV bandwagon. I think about that more than anything else on the system, even though it's definitely not the main part of the system.
That's true. It does kind of overshadow everything else, and for good reason. FMV is kind of an evolutionary dead end in the world of video games. What I like to think of the Sega CD is pushing traditional 2D sprite-based gaming to its absolute limits. Almost immediately after the system died, we'd start pushing into 3D with the PlayStation and Saturn, leaving 2D to be something to be poo-pooed for several years. Being all like, get that Symphony of the Night out of here. I want to play Fifth Element for PS1. But Sega CD, I saw in many ways as the pinnacle of gaming. Take that out of context, if you will.
Yeah, yeah.
In any case, both me and Alex did have a Sega CD as kids. We're one of those people. Two of those people. So we have experience both back in the day, and now we have experience with the entire library. What do you think now, based on what you thought of it before?
I think it is actually, I think the most interesting parts of I think that the Japanese library was very surprising. Not that I was expecting more FMV games, but kind of seeing just all the different kinds of experimentation, the adventure game stuff, the as you mentioned, also pushing, I should say, sprite stuff as far as it could go, especially rotation shit. That was what I didn't realize how much of that rotation shit was built into the Sega CD until you pointed out and we started going through the series, and I was like, oh yeah! They really do some interesting shit with sprite rotation in this.
Yep, it was in response to the Super Nintendo's Mode 7 technology, which was also built in at a hardware level. Unlike Mode 7, though, the Sega CD could do rotating sprites and backgrounds, whereas Mode 7 only lets you have one background layer to scale and rotate as you wanted. That resulted in some pretty good-looking games. Early stuff like Batman Returns added in driving sequences that used full scaling and rotation. And at its best, I'd say the Sega CD pushed out graphics that looked way better than anything at the time. It's just unfortunate that so few games use that in favor of FMV and other things like that.
Yeah. It feels like, I hate calling things wasted opportunities, but it does feel like a wasted opportunity that a lot of American devs just kind of went on we're trying to go on the FMV train and trying to be like the next big multimedia company. Because the stuff that they were doing in Japan, and some of the stuff in America too, and Europe and stuff, were real interesting with like the sprite stuff. I'm thinking like shit like Popful Mail, Panic.
It was a completely different strategy from what the Japanese Mega CD and its competitor, the PC Engine CD, were doing at the time. In Japan, they tended towards strategy games, really long RPGs with anime cutscenes. Generally just bigger, better games than you could do on cartridge. Whereas here, they thought, how do we fill up that CD? Full motion video, Red Book audio. There you go. On the other hand, FMV, I think, represents, again, an evolutionary dead end that should be explored. And what makes that difficult nowadays is trying to actually play these things if you have no experience.
Yeah.
Me and Alex, we've played plenty of FMV games. We know how to engage with them. If you don't, any one of these games, it's like you begin, and then 2 minutes later the game kills you for no reason and kicks you back to the title screen. Like, I saw someone play Double Switch for the first time the other day. They got yelled at by, what's-his-face, Corey Haim.
You're
and then,
Hamerphobe.
and then they watched that band for like a minute, and then someone shut off the power box. Instant game over.
That's the thing. A lot of the Sega CD FMV games, like, it's a different kind of play style, and if you aren't used to it from, like, your childhood, it's really hard to pick up.
It's a little punishing in some ways, and honestly, it goes towards that edgy 90s marketing, being all like, oh, only real gamers can do this. If you can't deal with Corey Haim yelling at you, then you're just a pansy. You gotta play Nintendo consoles.
Real quick, thank you very, very much to JoeBush.net for the 8-month resub. JoeBush.net says, Godspeed! We will do our best.
Thank you. Man, we got people here watching this.
Yeah, I don't know why. Thank you, though. We're going to be here for 8 hours, so pace yourself. I am.
Now, over the last few days, I went over our entire library. If you want to see all the streams we've done over each individual game, the link is directly below the stream archive in our information section, our profile, whatever you call it. It's a spreadsheet. You can see which games we finished, which ones we game overed in, and which ones we just played and said, that's an okay game.
Yeah. Real quick, thank you to Cool Coyote for the 25 bits. Cool Coyote says, forgot to give y'all my bus fare at the start. Sadly, all I have on me is an iPod full of Spin Doctor songs, so basically just 2 songs. Well,
Look, they got Pocket Full of Kryptonite.
Uh-huh.
Oh, wait, no, that was called Jimmy Olsen's Blues. Sorry. They also got 2 Princes and Little Miss Can't Be Wrong. There, I named 3. Thank you.
impressive.
Thank you. So I did make a list of all the best, worst, and weirdest games we played today. Not today, but over the last 2 years. I also told Alex to put together a top 10 list of his favorites.
Sure did.
And what I think I'm going to do right now is go over my top 30. These will include honorable mentions and stuff I'll go over briefly before we each get to our top 10s.
Do you need me to drive while you do this?
Why not? Yeah.
Okay.
Turn left. Good job.
There we go. There we go.
Okay, so top 30. This is my top 30. Really only the top 20 are ranked. I'm going to start with honorable mentions. These games are unranked, but pretty widely well regarded. Some of these games I thought, you know what, they're not for me, but other people seem to like them enough that I should recommend them. Play them for yourself, why not? I think you might get a kick out of them. Our honorable mentions include Android Assault, a pretty good horizontal shooter from Human Entertainment. It doesn't do anything special, but it's better than Soul Feast and better than a lot of other shooters on the system as well. Also got Devastator, a Mega CD exclusive from Wolf Team. It's a side-scroller where you're in a mech. I thought it was pretty decently fun up until the boss rush, at which point the game became completely impossible. But it's pretty fun up until that point. I'll mention Wild Woody. Don't worry, he's definitely in one of these lists. I promise you. Another honorable mention, Eternal Champions, Challenge from the Dark Side. This is a game that if I had it back in the day, I would have played the shit out of it because it has so many characters, so many fatalities, just so much content packed into one fighting game. You rarely see it. And it was all for Eternal Champions, a franchise basically no one cares about. Still, you get to play as a senator and also a chicken, so that has to count for something.
Yeah. Actually, playing as the chicken was really wonderful.
It was. You could play as a snake, as a monkey. All fighting games should have taken inspiration. Yeah, you can play as a dog. All about that content. Next honorable mention is KO Flying Squadron, another horizontal shooter for the Sega CD. A lot of people seem to like this game more than I did. I thought it was just okay, but given that it's so highly praised and so highly priced, there's got to be something there worth checking out. Just don't pay $1,000 for a real copy. I would like to thank the Ultimo for another 100 bits. Much appreciated. Every bit goes right into the gas tank.
Thank you.
Where was I? There was KO. Up next, Misadventures of Flink. This is a great game. It's from the developers of The Adventures of Lomax, another great platformer for PS1 that we played. This is kind of a predecessor, using a lot of the same mechanics and stuff you would later see in Lomax. It has one fatal flaw that prevents it from being in my top 20, and that's the fact that there is no save system. Not even a password. The Sega CD had internal save RAM. You could have easily done it, and they didn't. And this is like a 5-hour game, so you're not going to finish it in one sitting. Real unfortunate. On the back half of the honorable mentions, I got a few shooters in a row here. Robo Aleste, the sequel to Musha on Sega Genesis. I didn't think it was nearly as good as Musha, but it was still quality compile stuff. Really can't go wrong with them. Also got Sylphid, a Game Arts FMV incorporating vertical shooter. Kind of an interesting experiment. It was compared to Star Fox back in the day, and I don't think it's as good as Star Fox. But it uses the Sega CD's ability to blend FMV with real-time graphics in a pretty fascinating way, I think. And final shooter in this list is Soulstar, a game that I absolutely hated, but it gets so much press. YouTubers have driven up the price by a ton in the past couple years, and they're all like, this is the greatest game, you gotta go play it. So listen to them and not me.
Yeah, don't listen to Danny.
Rounding up my honorable mentions, we have Space Adventure Cobra. Oh my god, that game. It's like Snatcher, only if it was a sleazy anime. Well, sleazier anime.
Very sleazy, yeah.
Yeah, you play as a complete asshole named Cobra. You have to take down Crystal Boy. You meet all sorts of weird aliens and stuff, and oh boy, it's ported from PC Engine CD. It's actually a very simple game. There's not much there to recommend it on a pure mechanical perspective, but I really enjoyed the ridiculous story. It just, you never knew where it was going to go.
It has a real pulp vibe to it that I like.
And it's the only game on Sega CD that guarantees that every half hour you're going to see either a boob or a butt. Mm-hmm. So take that for however you want.
Yeah, all you boob and butt fans, take note.
And finally, on my honorable mentions, a game from Core Design, AH3 Thunderstrike. This was a game that took the style of open world exploration gameplay in Desert Strike and converted it to a first-person shooter where you're in a helicopter. I thought it did pretty well. It was very difficult. I could not get very far in it, but it does use the Sega CD's scaling and rotation capabilities, and it's a unique game to the platform. Later on, the PlayStation and Saturn would get a sequel, but it all began on Sega CD. So that's my honorable mentions. What do you think?
I like all of those, and I agree with them. I think those are good games, but I don't know if they belong in the top 30.
Yeah, these are games that, honestly, nowadays it's worth checking them out if you can download an ISO. Not necessarily saying you should go out and buy a $1,000 copy of KO or a $200 copy of Soulstar, but emulators nowadays let you experience it for no price whatsoever. You don't have to deal with Sega CD hardware either, which, good God, I am ready to stop dealing with that forever after yesterday.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Ultimo's dropping some pretty good facts here in chat about Sega hardware and stuff.
Oh yeah, thank you.
I believe they have an insider opinion on this.
Mm-hmm.
So we want to move into our top 20?
Yes, absolutely.
Let's do it. These are games that I've ranked, that I've played a lot, and I generally like a lot, but not nearly as much as my top 10. Wow, what a great intro.
Yesterday, Danny spent a billion hours trying to get our Sega CD running again.
Yeah, I cleaned it. I cleaned the laser. I disassembled it, adjusted some of the adjustables in there, put it back together, and I got the same result, no disc. On the other hand, I managed to put it back together, and it still powered on, which is a new personal best for me.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Last time I took apart a Sega CD, I couldn't put it back together.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you're getting that listicle content everyone craves.
Listen.
It's highly shareable, highly viral.
Yes, I don't know if we want to go viral right now.
Oh, right. Yeah, going viral right now is bad.
Sorry. Oh, I have a dad's sense of humor.
Yeah, we're the Watch Mojo pals.
Oh, that's awful.
Moving into the top 20, these are games that I think you should check out no matter what.
Yes.
You may hate them, but you gotta respect them. You gotta hand it to them, these games. At number 20, starting out the list, is Wonder Dog, the only game I got for Christmas of 1992, or whenever the Sega CD came out. I got the Sega CD halfway through the year, and I played all the pack-in games up until Christmas, when Mom and Dad got me a copy of Wonder Dog, based on a glowing review in GamePro. They gave it all 5 exploding heads. This was going to be the best platformer ever. Turns out, it's just an above-average Amiga platformer. Mm-hmm. For a while, I didn't like this game. I was like, oh man, what a crappy game to get for Christmas. But compared to all the other platformers on Sega CD, I'd say it stands out pretty well. If you like, you can replace this with Chuck Rock 2, Son of Chuck. I like that as well.
Oh yeah, that was a good one too.
At number 19, we have an embarrassing one, Kids on Sight. That's legit one of my favorite Sega CD games. This was a children's game made by Digital Pictures. It involves driving around construction equipment like bulldozers and steamrollers, and just generally being a complete dipshit with everything. If you ever wanted to misuse construction equipment, this is the game to do it.
It is a game of pure joy, and I also have that on my list as well.
Oh, good. I'm glad we got another fan.
I think it's a little bit higher than yours, but also, the way I ranked the games was on how much joy did they bring me, which is very different than how much fun were they to play.
That's how I looked at it, too. Yeah, Nervous, the coffee break groups.
I love them! I love Kids on Sight.
There's very few FMV games that attempted comedy, is the problem, and I don't know, even when it's aimed at kids, I was still pretty entertained. Like, you could excavate a big shovel full of dirt and then just pour it all over your teammates while they're drinking coffee.
And they're like, hey,
they're like, ooh, dirt coffee.
Yeah.
New Mexico style.
Only one politician ate dirt, okay?
Yeah, and it was one of ours.
Well, I mean, it's Texas, baby. All right, what else you got, babe?
Oh, I'm seeing so many good stuff and so much good stuff in chat. People liking Wirehead, people liking Sewer Shark. We'll get there, believe me.
Thank you very much to FM Towns Party for the 10-month resub. FM Towns Party says, beep beep.
Oh, right, I didn't tell you something. There's one other button you can use. The start button honks your horn.
Really?
Yeah,
Can I...
do it.
This is for you!
Beep, beep. It doesn't do anything.
Oh, I'm so happy! Oh my god!
Number 18 on my list is Shining Force CD. Quit honking.
Okay.
You can honk all you want. Shining Force CD is an upgraded compilation of Game Gear strategy RPGs. This was a good one. This is over 100 hours of gameplay easy, and that's before you beat both included games and unlock additional full games to play through. So much content. About the only thing I missed from Shining Force 1 and 2 were the town sequences. I kind of like those. They had to go because these are Game Gear games at the heart. Still, good stuff.
Good stuff, yeah.
Number 17, another really idiosyncratic pick for me, Cyborg 009 for the Mega CD. This game was off the rails. It was just an anime-based platformer with obviously very little budget and very little time put into development in general, but it has this real quick and slapdash quality to it that I really enjoyed. Like, some levels you're running at 1,000,000 miles an hour and you hold out your fist and you punch a dude right in front of you by just ramming into him. Mm-hmm. Other levels, you're just running along, doing other stuff. It's very quick, very fast-paced, and unfortunately more focused on the anime component than anything. But I personally really enjoyed the gameplay. It's a very brief playthrough. You can do it in like an hour and you'll have fun through the whole thing. It's good jank, Tabe. You're right. That is a good way of putting it.
Positive jank. We are very positive about jank here.
Number 16, a more well-known game, The Amazing Spider-Man, also known as The Amazing Animated Cutscenes.
Those cutscenes are wonderful.
This is another upgraded Genesis game, based on the Spider-Man versus the Kingpin for Genesis. They changed basically everything, though. The gameplay mechanics, the structure. They added something like 10 times as many levels, an explorable map where you can track all these bad guys and eventually narrow down where they are. And, of course, it has that great theme song, Swing Time, by Eric Martin of Mr. Big.
God bless all the original songs that came out for the Sega CD, which is basically my favorite thing about the Sega CD.
Yeah, so much vocal music. Video games really, they went astray at some point. It's unfortunate.
We need... here's what I have to say. If you make an original theme song to your game, let me know. Just scream at me. Just link me to your MP3. I have to hear this.
And it has to have Bring Home the Bacon in it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the most important part. Again, want to emphasize that the animated cutscenes are the real star of this. It has many appearances from, what's his face, the guy who played Leonardo.
Oh.
Cam Clark.
Thank you.
And Spider-Man is actually not very nice to the police in this game. There's multiple FMV sequences where he punches out police officers and escapes from jail. So kind of a rebel, this Spider-Man. Very enjoyable game. Okay, we've entered the top 15. These are games that I really consider to be super great. And you better like them, damn it.
You have to.
At number 15, The Terminator. I wouldn't even call this an upgraded Genesis game because it's completely different. It adds so many different levels. The gameplay is so much better. I think it does justice to the movie, even. It plays nicely, has a great CD audio soundtrack from Uncle Tommy Tallarico.
Mm-hmm.
Call him Unky Tommy. Actually, that's weird. Let's not do that.
Yeah, please don't.
Tommy did good stuff on Sega CD. And yes, it also had the tech noir theme. Cyborg.
God, that song is so good.
Not a robot.
Again, original... Sega CD, I think, really peaked in the era of having an original song for your game.
Definitely. Part man, part machine. I should just let the chat recite the whole thing right now. Mm-hmm. Our Spider-Man playthrough was the first thing that Chaz Moses saw from us. I thought that was pretty good. I'm glad you saw that.
Oh, God bless.
That was a fun time. Moving up, number 14, a very recent addition to my list, Revengers of Vengeance. What can I even say about this game? It tries to do everything. It's a shooter, it's an RPG, It's a life sim. It's a character building sim a la Princess Maker. And then at the end, once you're finally done with all those different modes, you find out that the main core gameplay is a one-on-one fighting game. It's all building up your stats to be the best in these series of one-on-one tournament matches. And of course, it introduced us to our friend,
Bird Mom,
who watches over us at all times, Bird Mom, aka Talon.
We love Talon. We love Talon here. I'm seeing chat flooded with Bird Moms.
Not nearly enough harpies in games, in my opinion. And she has the best storyline out of anyone. Like, the main bad guy kidnapped her baby's egg to have a giant omelet, and she has to get it back. And the ending is incredibly straightforward. You do indeed find the egg on one of those little egg holders.
And she's like, no! Fuck!
So good. Yeah, one of my favorite discoveries for this system. It's a game that tries so many things and fails so horribly that I have to respect it. Good shit. Probably the best Micronet ever did on this system. Sorry, Black Hole Assault fans. Number 13, a game that I had as a kid and tormented me for years, Jurassic Park for Sega CD. This is a point-and-click adventure game where the areas are bridged by brief FMV sequences, and later on it turns into a battle against velociraptors using tranquilizer darts. It tries to do a lot. It tries to incorporate action, it incorporates point-and-click elements. It's very confusing, like many Sega CD games, but if you have a walkthrough at hand, I think you can have a lot of good times with it. I really enjoyed it. Just be prepared to die horribly at the hands of many different species of dinosaurs. Even the Triceratops, you can piss them off, and they'll just trample you over.
Wish they wouldn't.
The compies in that game are good, too. I like that they go down with one hit. You feel bad about shooting them.
You're like, oh, man.
Getting close to the top 10. Number 12, we have Dark Wizard. Another one of those multi-100-hour epics for Sega CD, right alongside Shining Force CD. This is a strategy RPG where you command an army of dozens. You can summon all sorts of monsters like serpents, harpies, another game with harpies.
Oh, good.
Griffins, along with other stuff like elves, dwarves, that kind of thing. All these characters can be leveled up and classed up. There's an alliance system. What do you call that? It's like neutral, chaotic.
Evil, lawful.
Yeah, that sort of thing.
Okay.
And all of that determines how your characters level up and what skills they learn. This is a game that I played for so long that it probably killed my first Sega CD, and I still never finished the damn thing. Maybe someday I'll finish it. But alignment, that's the word I'm looking for.
Yes,
But it also has multiple playable characters, and I can tell you, having just put 100 hours in on one character, you will never stop playing this game. Just ignore the fact that it's a complete ripoff of Master of Monsters for Sega Genesis. It's good enough. And finally, the final entry in my my 11 through 20 list. Number 11, Time Gal.
Time Gal is so good.
You can tell that our top 10 is just stacked full of good stuff if Time Gal barely gets outside of it. But what an FMV game. It's like Dragon's Lair, only you're a green-haired anime girl who yells at dinosaurs. That's about the best way I can describe it.
It's fantastic. That's actually one of that and Revengers of Vengeance are like my runner-ups to my top 10. Those
Indeed.
are so good, though.
God bless the Time Gal. It's so much fun. Especially compared to other FMV games, it's very straightforward about which inputs you should do and when you should do them. Often they tried to make it really complicated. I'm thinking of the port of Dragon's Lair in particular. But this game, it's easy enough to get into. The cutscenes are very entertaining, and it's a brief enough playthrough where I think you'll get a good experience out of it if you play it nowadays.
I love Time Gal. I don't know what else to say.
Same here. So why don't I get a drink of gamer juice here?
Okay, Danny gets his gamer juice. My gamer juice is coffee, which means I will have to pass over the controller to you at some point to take a pit stop.
Okay, so why don't you get into your top 10 and I'll drive the bus.
Okay.
Hey, we're coming up on the first hour mark.
Hey!
I just breezed right on by.
Yeah, we're not regretting our decision yet, but you can make a clip of this with a air horn when we eventually do regret this.
Yeah, you can be like phrases that precede terrible events.
Alright, so this top 10 is, I didn't really put it in order, so I'll have to do this in my head right now, but my top 10. Number 10 is Kids on Site.
Oh, good pick.
I love Kids on Site. Like Danny said, it is a really... every time you go to the side, I'm like, no, don't crash.
Don't worry about it. I'm good.
Okay. Also, take bets on who's going to crash, me or Danny. I think it'll be me.
Oh, yeah, I didn't check the poll. I'll check it after you finish your top 10.
Okay, so, let's see. Kids on Site is my 10. I love Kids on Site. I think it's a really delightful kids game. I like kids games where they let you just do chaos, where chaos happens, because I think that's something that a lot of children's games really hang themselves up on being educational, this and that, etc., etc. And while that's good and all, kids like chaos, and I like chaos. I like pure and utter chaos. So
I personally enjoyed that they're always positive. Like, they're all like, "You wrecked that dude's car. Great job, kid."
Yes, I love that. Next, number 9 is another. Hold on, real quick. Thank you to Yaddle for the 4-month resub. Yaddle says, "Porps to Alex for not crashing yet."
Yep,
Thank
porps,
you.
all the porpoises.
Hand
Thank you.
me all your dolphins, baby. Number 9 is Slam City, starring Scottie Pippen. I love Slam
man.
City. I love Slam City. It is pure joy to me to watch because it's so ridiculous. It is so ridiculous that if you beat it, if you actually beat the game, you depress Scottie Pippen and everyone hates you. I love the secondary characters. I love the guy who just smashes the... It is another game that is pure chaos with an original song, and that is just... I love it. I love the... I don't like playing it, but I love watching other people play it. I love you, Slam City.
Fair enough. An excellent pick.
All right. Number 8 for me would be another... This is a very digital pictures list, but number 8 for me is Sewer Shark. I think Sewer Shark is playable. I actually can play it, which, that puts it higher on my list, but... It is doofy, and I think it is one of the best examples of FMV gameplay that's actually not a slog, because it's hard and it is difficult and things like that, but I feel it feels more forgiving, even though it's still really hard as hell.
Yeah, it's an actual video game. So many of these games are just Dragon's Lair ripoffs, but they tried to incorporate actual shooter gameplay, so I gotta respect Sewer Shark on that level.
Yeah, I actually like the fact that it has that kind of gameplay, and I also like that the premise is that it's a post-apocalyptic future, and you're working, and you need to escape this evil corporation. And I don't know, I have a soft spot for that. Speaking of evil corporations, my number 7 is Snatcher. Snatcher is great, obviously, but again, I can play it, so that gets it higher on my list. I find it to be pretty fun to watch, to go through, and I am shocked it got translated and brought to the US in the first place.
Yep, the only place you can play it in English is on Sega CD. God bless the Sega CD.
All right, and again, let's see. I'm trying to think of my other number 6 here. I mean, my actual number 6. Okay, number 6 for me would be. This looks like it's Double Switch.
Oh.
That's another FMV game. Again, oh hey, we hit an hour. Everybody, we hit an hour.
Hey,
and
congrats!
we haven't died.
7 more to go.
Okay, I love Double Switch. Again, it's not an easy game for me to play, and I've never beaten it on my own, aside from like handing off the controller for some of the harder parts. But it has Debbie Harry, so that's, thank you.
I honked.
That's very positive. And out of all the FMV games with stories that Digital Pictures made, I think I prefer... this one's my favorite because I like the story the most. I think it's really interesting.
It's neat.
Yeah, and the sets are fun. The sets are a delight to look at. Everyone is hamming it up. It has a real early 90s vibe that I especially love. And I don't know, it's one of my favorites out of the traditional Dragon Slayer sort of style FMV games. I think it's really fun.
It's been an hour. Let's give another honk.
Okay.
There we go.
So good.
Honking at no one.
All right.
Yeah, Mascot Friday is canceled tonight. We have a higher calling.
Number 5 is Mansion of Hidden Souls.
Oh, man.
So, it's not as high as I would put the Saturn Mansion of Hidden Souls, but I do like Mansion of Hidden Souls for being the original, for being a weird point-and-click game, and again, for starting off the series of, like, one of my favorite series of FMV games.
No one's honking for Bobo.
Do not honk on Bobo, damn it.
Besides, you don't honk for Bobo, you honk on Bobo.
Well, we need to get Bobo in here, and honk, please.
Hey, here's Bobo.
Thank you.
Good.
So yeah, I like it. It's not as good as the others, in my opinion, but I know some folks prefer it. I know folks in chat are preferring it to the others, and I know Danny prefers it compared to number 2 in the series. But you know what? This is just my opinion, and my opinion is also valid.
Yeah.
And you can't disagree with it, or I'm going to run you over with a bus.
All right. Nobody disagree with Alex.
Okay, number 4 is Panic. Panic is one of my favorites.
Did you just copy my list?
No, I didn't even see your fucking list.
You're really indignant about that.
Yeah,
I think you did copy it.
Yes, I hacked into your email to see your list because I am the big bastard of online, and I love pranking my husband.
But yeah, Panic, good shit.
Panic is wonderful. Panic is a delight. It's definitely the gameplay is all over the place, but in the sense that there's not much to it other than pressing a button, and it's just basically an excuse to see. It's basically just an excuse to look at really funny and bad gags, but I like it. I like the gags. I like when that statue shits out a gun and it shoots you. I think that's really funny. It's funny. That's the thing about that game. It's genuinely very funny.
The gags don't all hit, but enough of them are bizarre and funny enough to be worth it, I think.
Yeah.
I really like Panic.
It hits more than it misses, and for that I appreciate it. All right, we are in our top 3, and this is going to be a hard one. Number 3 for me is Popful Mail. I like Popful Mail a lot. I love Gaw. I am a big Gaw stan. Gaw for life. When this is all over, I'm going to get a Gaw tattoo, and he's going to be saying something like, I don't know, the world is a beautiful place. I'll figure something out. Maybe live, laugh, love.
None of these things are things Gaw would say.
Wrong! Gaw would absolutely say live, laugh, love.
Laugh, love, in that weird modulated voice.
Yes, he'd have it on his wall. Oh,
here's
awful.
all the Gaws. Here they come.
Yeah, thank you, Gaw. I like Popful Mail a lot. It's funny. I really like games that are funny. I'm not gonna lie. I actually think Working Designs, aside from some real issues with their language, do a pretty good job with the translation. It's fun.
I'd like to see a modern re-release. Hell, make it a collection. All the different Popful Mails. That's
Also,
like, 20 different games?
Also, Popful Mail is fun. It's fun. It's a fun action platformer with RPG elements.
Can't go wrong with Falcom.
And I like the story. Okay, so we got 2 left, and this is going to be a tough one, but...
I think I know your number 1.
You think so, but... Number 2 for me is Lunar the Silver Star.
Oh my god.
Yes. It's Lunar 1. I love Lunar 1. That was the first game I ever got a strategy guide for because after 2 calls to the Working Designs hotline, my mom was like, I know a cheaper way to fix this problem. Let's get you the... She was like, 1 call, that's going to be like, what, $5? That's fine. And then after the second call, and then I was asking if I could call again, she's like, yeah, let's order that guide. And
Good
I don't
choice.
know, one of the first games I ever played all the way through, I really enjoyed it. I love the voice acting, I like the story, I like the characters, I like Null, I like Vane, the city, I like...
Null is excellent.
I like the characterizations of the characters. I love that game. That was one of my first games I played as a kid that I was just like, wow, games can be kind of good. It isn't just hopping and bopping, man. You laugh, but you know what I mean.
You were completely alienated by Mario. Just like, I can't relate to this.
No, I could relate. Now the thing, I was like, I like those games, but I was surprised, like, as a kid, that, oh yeah, there's fucking more to this than just... there's more than just because my games were like Dr. Mario and just whatever. It was the first time I was like, man, games can kind of be involved. So my number 1, Danny, you've already probably figured out, so is chat. My number 1 is Sonic CD.
Could it be anything else?
It is the only game that I will just play all the way through. It's the first game I ever 100%ed. I unlocked everything with those time trials. I love that game. I don't know what else to say. To me, it is just platforming perfection to sound obnoxious.
Yeah, why is it not Wirehead?
Why is it not Wirehead? Wirehead is in my 13th spot. Let's just say that.
Okay, fair enough.
I love Sonic CD. I don't know what else I can say other than I love... My favorite thing about Sonic CD, and it's really stupid, my favorite thing about Sonic CD is the way they disguise load times. I know that's a real stupid little thing, but learning and realizing that just blew my mind. I was like, oh, you can do artistic things to make the game still seem like it's flowing, even though the game is pausing.
Yeah, you don't have to cut to a screen that says now loading.
Yeah.
Breaking up the flow.
And I really wish more games would do, and especially because the way he kind of goes up, it kind of, God help me, there's a kinetic energy throughout that game that continues even in the load screens that I really, 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 really like. I like the American soundtrack. I like the Japanese soundtrack to that game. I love that game. I have no complaints about that game except for Wacky Workbench. But other than that, it's great. It's like my platonic ideal of a platformer.
Wow, all good points. I agree with all of them. So here's the big question, and also a question for chat. US or Japanese soundtrack? If you had to pick one and the other disappears forever.
I don't put that evil on me. But U.S. soundtrack for me. Sorry, Japanese soundtrack. I like you a lot, but the U.S. soundtrack does have part of the Japanese soundtrack in it, while the Japanese soundtrack does not have any of the U.S. soundtrack in it.
A lot of people suggesting different things. Many people prefer the U.S., others the Japanese one. I think your opinion is largely informed by which you heard first, particularly if you had a Sega CD back in the day. This soundtrack was mind-blowing.
Also, absolutely love the American Stardust Speedway song. I think that's actually better than a lot of the Japanese Stardust Speedway song.
Man, controversial opinions, but they're opinions nonetheless.
Yes,
Thank you, Alex.
and the shooby-doo-ba-doo-bops in the soundtrack are, I think, put it above the Japanese soundtrack.
I love those. Nowadays, you Zoomers may think it's corny, but I love corny shit.
Fuck it, we're old. We can like corny shit. We're all stuck inside. Let's like the corn, man.
Yeah,
All right.
corn with a K.
All right, now I turn to take over so you can go over your top 10.
Passing the controller. Alex is now in the driver's seat. More than an hour in, and we are getting to my personal top 10 for Sega CD.
All right, here we go.
This is it. Forget everything Alex said. This is definitive. This applies to everyone on planet Earth.
If you don't agree with this, you're banned. From what, I haven't figured it out yet. We'll get to there.
It's kind of terrifying trying to operate our various computers and smartphones while driving the bus.
It is.
You enjoying that?
No, but
Okay, well, looking at my list, Alex already spoiled most of it, but I'll go ahead
Sorry.
and give you my actual rankings. Starting at number 10, something that no one could possibly agree with, putting this in their top 10, Citizen X for Sega CD.
okay, that's on you.
This is an unfinished, unreleased video game that basically breaks all the rules. It's Digital Pictures trying to do a Pitfall-style platformer, flick screen, with FMVs interrupting the gameplay every so often. It's terrible. This is not a good game. If you play this, you will really hate it. But I can't say... I just can't fight the fact that this game has brought me so much joy over the years. Every time I show it off, it's a unique, joyous event. Every time, someone's always like, what the hell is that? Why are you doing this? Why are there alligators down here? Why is that dude eating a rat? All the FMVs just bring up so many questions and answer none of them. And of course, as Spartanberry mentions, there is the original DLC.
I love him.
Our friend, the silent mime who really, really, really loves Dynamite.
We're actually playing this is not Great Value Dribble and Spits. We are playing all the way through. We are getting 1 point in Desert Bus. We are doing an 8-hour playthrough.
We are 1 hour into our 8-hour playthrough. Thanks for the raid, by the way.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome, everyone. Hope you're enjoying your time on the bus. So yeah, that's my defense for Citizen X. A great game to show off, especially if you're familiar with the complete playthrough. The game gets more and more ridiculous through the end. It's barely complete. It's barely able to be finished all the way through the end. But if you're sick in the head for FMV games, I think you'll really like this one.
I'm sick in the head, so...
Me too. Number 9, a more conventional choice for all you more conventional people, Snatcher. Hey, believe it or not, this Snatcher, pretty good game.
Pretty good.
It's a Hideo Kojima production from right before he went way off the rails with Metal Gear Solid. And, man, It actually feels like a predecessor to the Metal Gear Solid series. A lot of the hallmarks are there. The fact that Kojima will occasionally fuck with you by telling you to turn up your speakers and then blast you with loud sounds.
Okay, that part killed me when I first did it.
The dialogue is really clever and well translated. It feels suitably adult, which is not something I could say for many games back then. It has its wackiness, it has its weird moments of sexual perversion that Kojima cannot resist putting in his games. But aside from that, there's a very cohesive story that goes interesting places. And yeah, as a visual novel, it really stands out. People hate it when you call it a visual novel, even if it is mostly picking from menus.
It is.
I love it.
Real quick, I want to thank Vagrant Wastrel for the 13-month resub. Thank you so much. Vagrant Wastrel says, ended up taking the day off because watching Desert Bus is less torturous than working. yeah, I saw what
Good
y'all
choice.
said. Yeah, absolutely the better choice is watching us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Oh, man, I'm just remembering Snatcher now. It's been long enough since I played it that I could probably play through it again. Might be a fun stream thing. Mm-hmm. I'm also curious about Police Knots one of these days.
Ooh, yeah.
I really gotta play that now that it's in English. But you don't need me to tell you that Snatcher is great. And if they ever make a Sega CD Mini, it's a shoo-in. You gotta include Snatcher. You gotta.
You
Come
must.
on. Come on, Konami. Please. Please.
We do not rank this as a platformer. This is just a fond farewell to the Sega CD.
Yeah, I haven't found the jump button yet, but if that exists, we would rank this as a 3D platformer.
Maybe we should do like a thing based on games you can honk and...
This is one of the better honking games.
This, Goose Game,
Beep beep. Number 8 on my list, another game that Alex ranked, Double Switch, one of my favorite FMV games. This game really fulfilled the many empty promises that Night Trap made upon its release. Night Trap, a notorious game, one that people associate with Sega CD, but if you try to play it, it's the exact same footage that plays in the exact same sequence every time. It's just a matter of either doing it correctly or not doing it correctly, and that's unfortunate. Double Switch, on the other hand, it has some events that play at the same time all the time, but it also has randomized events that are designed in such a way where you can do a perfect run. You can go through the building and catch all these random crooks who pop out while getting the code numbers, while thwarting the mummy who is suddenly attacking the college grads for some reason. It's a ridiculous game. It's got Deborah Harry in it, and hell, I think the best part of it is the gameplay, because they actually did something with the FMV concept that's not just putting a shoot 'em up on top of FMV footage, or just watching a security cam and pushing a single button every so often. You have to think about it. You gotta use strategy, and I love it.
real quick, thank you, DJ, for the 100 bits. Do appreciate that. We
Thank
will use that. That's your bus fare, and
Again, right to the gas tank. This gas tank runs on bits.
Hey, I noticed that the gas tank. You noticed the gas tank is empty this entire time.
Yeah, it's because it doesn't have enough bits in it.
It's also running really hot, which makes sense since we're in the desert.
Well, that means you can't slow down or stop, because as soon as you do, you'll overheat. So keep it going. Number 7, another from Alex's list, Panic, also known as Switch in Japan. This is a great game. If you like FMV games, I would say play this one, because it's the same basic gameplay, only distilled to its complete basics. It's a game where you literally just push a button in the hopes of seeing a funny cutscene. And you'll see that every single time. Sometimes you'll just see a visual gag, sometimes you'll be taken later on in the game, sometimes you'll be taken back. But it's all about just pushing buttons and seeing what happens. It has a weird sense of humor, and I appreciate that.
We will not be putting on the 2019 version of Cats, because I have been forbidden from showing off Cats on the bus, because I only have the butthole cut.
Yeah. They don't allow you to show that on Twitch.
You know what's funny? I thought the butthole cut was the one that was released at the theaters that I saw. The really bad one, it was not. It's completely different from the one I saw in the theater where at one point someone's face wasn't rendered at all. Caleb C, yes, 25 bits is enough. Thank you so much to get on the bus.
Nice, that'll take us another few miles. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on, number 6, another favorite we share between the two of us, Mansion of Hidden Souls. This one, as Alex said, I like it more than the Saturn pseudo-sequel, which didn't have much interactivity but had arguably a better story. For me, I think this is the better game overall. It has greater production values, especially in Japan, where they hired actual voice actors to make it seem like a real thing. Over here in the States, the dub we got is kind of a joke. Other than that, though, the CG looks pretty good. It's a very simple, focused adventure game.
Mm-hmm.
You could consider it an FMV game.
Yeah.
Basically, you wander this smallish mansion searching for, I don't know, play it and find out for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
There's all these butterflies who give you sass, and they give you vague hints about what to do next. And it all ties together in kind of a... How could I describe this? A chilling, unsettling story? Like, you always feel like there's something really dark lurking around the corner. And occasionally that is the case. Watch out for that golem. Such a good game. Very much recommended.
Scared the shit out of me. I was like, oh shit, there's a golem I have to avoid on the road?
No.
Oh, man.
Maybe that's 5 hours in. We've entered our top 5. These are officially the 5 best Sega CD games ever made. At number 5 is Lords of Thunder, the sequel to Gate of Thunder on PC Engine, and, controversial opinion, the superior port of the game compared to the Turbo Duo version. Recently it's come to light that the Turbo Duo version of Lords of Thunder actually has a shit ton of input lag, which is made even worse on the TG16 Mini, apparently. Maybe that's why I prefer the Sega CD one, because it feels like you have more immediate control. The soundtrack has been entirely remixed. That's the only thing I'm mixed on. The soundtrack on the Turbo Duo one was super raw and unedited, whereas the Sega CD is more polished and more traditional. I think both games are good, but the Sega CD one definitely has the edge. It's really enjoyable. The best shmup on Sega CD, in my opinion.
Okay,
A lot of good discussions about Elmo here. Good.
A lot of people. We have a few people, multiple people demanding me put on Elmo and Grouchland now. I do not want to get the good folks at HBO on my ass, but you can recreate it on your own.
Don't ignore that TurboGrafx soundtrack, though. It's different enough to really blow you away. Great game, no matter where you play it, but I personally prefer Sega CD. I prefer it too.
Me too.
Continuing with number 4, Popful Mail, a action RPG from a once-in-a-lifetime collaboration between Falcom and Sega. That's not true. They collaborated for Cercerian as well. I'm a liar. Popful Mail's really good. It's got that cheesy voice acting you associate with working designs. They occasionally throw around slurs, which is just a thing you have to put up with from the time.
Working designs, baby!
And especially nowadays, I think if you waited to play this game, I think you made the right choice, because nowadays you can apply what is called an unworked patch.
Yes.
What Working Designs did when they brought it to the States, in addition to translating it, they pumped up that difficulty. They made it so enemies deal like 5 or 6 times more damage. You die in like 2 or 3 hits instead of like 10. And they just made it a real bang your head against a brick wall gameplay experience, I think. After applying the patch, you revert to the Japanese values and the difficulty level, and it's a much smoother and more enjoyable playthrough in that way, in my opinion. If you want to see for yourself, we played all the way through it. You can also see the effects of a deteriorating Sega CD in real time during that playthrough. That was heartbreaking, honestly, when that happened. You remember that, or have you blocked it out?
You mean when the Sega CD died? Sorry, I was checking chat.
Yeah.
No, I remember that fully. That is burned deeply into my brain.
Yeah.
That was honestly one of the...
The one time I had to leave the room in a huff.
Oh yeah, and then all the boxes fell down.
I didn't slam the door, I just closed it quickly, which caused a big box of cardboard boxes to fall over, making it sound like I was destroying my house in rage.
Yeah, it sounded like he was slamming shit, and it was due to the fact that our house literally expands and contracts during the summer months and shit, and he just, the door was stuck, he tried to close it, and it just went... all this shit fell down.
So we have good times associated with that game, but in the end, highly recommend that unworked patch to play through the game in the best possible way. I guess back then you really wanted time out of a game because games just weren't free that you download over the air. You had to go to a store and pay $60 for them, and you wanted to spend a lot of time with it for your money. That doesn't apply nowadays. There are millions of games. Save your time and play the unworked version.
Also, I'm not driving on the wrong side of the road. I'm just avoiding the golems.
A document of every time the Mega CD died. Okay, so there's Popful Mail. I think that was because of dirty pin connectors between the Genesis and Sega CD, so after I cleaned that up, we got it back up and working again. There was Bouncers, which fully disabled our Sega CD and somehow formatted the save data right in the middle of our extremely painful Willie Beamish long play.
Oh yeah! Don't forget the painful Willie Beamish long play where I think it died, too.
Yes. And there were also times it refused to read discs, but it would eventually do it after several tries. And as of yesterday, it's completely dead. I spent like 20 different tries trying to get it to read discs. I put it on its side. I turned it upside down. I did all that stuff.
You did a lot.
No doing. Just would not happen. All because of Bouncers. Thanks a fucking lot.
You're welcome. I'm King Bouncers.
You're welcome. Welcome to the Bouncer Kingdom.
Yes. Believe in magic or I'll kill you. Oh, yeah. Rip. I'm also thinking, oh, God. We've also had a bunch of FMV games, like, crash during the middle of it, like the one about nuclear war, So Be It, which I've completely forgotten.
Yeah, Sega CD games crash in interesting ways. Like, if they crash during an FMV, it'll repeat the last 2 seconds of footage, is the thing. So, yeah, we got an interesting one in Midnight Raiders. We got an especially good one in Bouncers, even though the results weren't worth it. Christ. We've entered our top 3. These are 3 must-plays, 3 essentials for any Sega CD library. At number 3, my favorite FMV game for Sega CD. Can you guess what it is?
It's Penn and Teller's Smoke and Mirrors.
Wow, no. It's Road Avenger for Sega CD, the best one. Road Avenger is a game that was ported from a Laserdisc arcade game. I would argue the arcade game is not nearly as fun because they tried to make it a little bit too complex. There's a crosshair on the screen you need to move every so often. The Sega CD one was actually retitled Road Blaster FX in Japan, implying that they heavily reworked it. And what they did is they removed some of the complexity and made it so you only have a turbo button, a brake button, and turn left and right. A lot like Desert Bus, actually. In the end, that makes for a more intuitive game, because you can clearly see the turns before the game's prompts come up. And even if you can't see them coming, the prompts show up early enough where it's easy to play, easy to see these ridiculous cutscenes. This car goes everywhere. It goes on the beach, it goes into the sewer.
It goes through a mall.
It goes through a freaking mall, a hotel, it drives up the stairs. It is a completely ridiculous FMV game where every second of footage is precious, and you will not regret the time you spend with it. Road Avenger, my favorite FMV game for Sega CD.
What controls did it have before the Sega CD version, by the way?
It had all the same controls in the arcade version and also the version that was ported to Saturn and PlayStation, but it had this additional mechanic where in order to ram into cars, you had to guide this crosshair on the screen to like very small hitboxes that would appear suddenly.
Ah, yeah.
It made it much more difficult and kind of took you out of the experience. Like, there was no reason for that to be in there, and apparently Wolf Team agreed when they ported it. We've reached the top 2.
Oh my god.
Can you guess what my number 2 is?
You know, I am actually curious whether it's going to be in the same order as mine or whether they'll be different from mine. I'm going to say it is, Willie Beamish.
Good choice. Close. But in reality, my number 2 pick for all-time greats Sega CD games. Number 2, Lunar the Silver Star.
Yes, King! This is why I married you.
Fan-freaking-tastic RPG. The best on the system. Hell, people in Japan agree with me. Lunar is considered to be the best RPG for Sega CD by most folks in the world. Nowadays, it seems a little simplistic. There's no twists and turns. It's very much a basic take on the RPG formula. But I think, like Road Avenger, it represents a paring back of complexity that was starting to define the genre at the time, and that was exactly what I wanted to play in 1993. It's a game where you start off in a small town, you go off on an adventure with your friends, and things gradually unravel from there, turning into this grand adventure. Of the working designs releases for Sega CD, I think this does the best job of just slowly ramping up the difficulty. You can see on TCRF just how little they changed between versions. Unlike later Sega CD releases, they did minimal changes. Only a couple of bosses were made more difficult. And as a result, what you got is a game that flows really quickly, that has an excellent translation that doesn't yet turn into 2 working designs, if you know what I'm saying.
It's a little working designs, but it's not as bad as a lot of other ones.
But the one thing I think about when I think of Lunar is just how fast it flows. You go on the overworld running around at 10,000 miles an hour. When you get in a random battle, the screen instantly switches. No load time whatsoever. The only load time is after battles, like a very quick couple of seconds. It flows quick, you get experience quickly. It is a game where you can play through a big chunk in the game in not much time at all. So if you want an RPG that respects your time and offers a little more traditional take on the genre, Lunar the Silver Star is what you want. You can also play one of the thousands of remakes they made, none of which I recommend in particular.
Damn.
I prefer the Sega CD one.
So do I.
The PSP one looked okay. You played some of that, right?
It was all right. Real quick, we got a couple questions. Why did you, actually got a couple people asking this question, why did you choose Silver Star over Eternal Blue? I know why I did, but I want to know why you did.
Yeah, we discussed this when we played Eternal Blue on Monday. Was it this Monday?
Yeah.
For me, it comes down to what I just talked about with pacing. Eternal Blue is more detailed in terms of graphics. It tries to do more. It has a more expansive storyline, and that comes at a cost. If you get in a random battle in that game, it takes 5 seconds to load the battle and then 5 seconds to load out once you're done. This was something I was not used to, having played the original Lunar, which was just instantaneous, instant gratification. It played a little bit slower. I didn't like the characters as much, and I really felt the changes Working Designs made to that game. Even back then, it felt like a really, really difficult game, and not in a fun way either. This is from someone who played and beat the original version of Popful Mail, by the way.
Let's see. I'm currently driving, and you know what? If it's too herring when I get to the edge, why don't I just try to drive between the yellow, just literally right in the middle of the road, perfectly centered for a while.
Middle of the road, the preferred way to drive here in the United States.
Oh yeah, everybody loves it.
So that was my number 2. You can probably guess what number 1 is. Me and Alex agree. My favorite Sega CD game is Sonic CD.
It's great!
What a fantastic Christmas that was. I was thinking back at just how shitty a Christmas 93 was for Genesis owners, because Sega CD owners got the new and exclusive Sonic game, which is arguably the best Sonic game ever made. Genesis owners, they got Sonic Spinball. Fuck you.
Eat shit, Jenny.
The one good time to be a Sega CD owner was in Christmas 93. And I cannot tell you how much joy that game brought me. I think it's better than Sonic 2. I would argue it's... that, Sonic 2, and Sonic Mania are the 3 best 2D Sonic games. It doesn't do everything perfectly. In particular, I feel the time travel is kind of half-baked. In particular, how you'll never ever see the good future, because you got to go into the past, and change the past, go to the present, and then go to the future. That's way too involved. Their design got a little bit ahead of them, but in the end, I think the level design of Sonic CD is what I like the most. And for a lot of people, it's what they like the least. For me, it flows really well. There's enough complexity to the level designs where you don't feel like it's too simple or too overwhelming. One notable thing I like to share about this game, no bottomless pits. There's only one in the very last level. Other than that, it's a game where you can just go as fast as you want, and most of the time the game lets you, except Wacky Workbench.
Yeah, I really, really love that. It's my favorite Sonic game for just like I said, kinetic movement.
If Grover's in that game, I haven't unlocked him yet.
I want to find him, though.
Hopefully he'll be DLC at some
I
point.
think he's a hologram.
I think so, too. Everyone's a hologram now. So that's it. Our top 10 Sega CD games. In no surprise, we share a lot of the same favorites. I tend to prefer more FMV-focused stuff, while Alex goes the more traditional route, the Sonics, the Lunars. But if you play any of these games in our top 10 and really take the time to engage with them and learn how they're played, I think it'll pay off. I think you'll have a good time.
I think so, too.
That's the Sega CD's library, the best of it. I also made a couple of bonus lists, which I want to get to in a minute, but let's take a little break right now. Let's see what won the poll. The poll was Retro Pals and Desert Bus. Option A, beaten then caught. B, caught then beaten. No, it was... Option 1 is they might make it. Option 2 was they're totally going to crash the bus. Let's see what won. With 28 votes and 57% of the vote, the winner is they're totally going to crash the bus. Thanks.
That's fair.
Thanks for your confidence and also your realism. You're just being realistic here. We're probably going to crash the bus at the 7-hour mark. It'll be very sad. Still, thank you to the 21 people who voted saying that they might make it.
We might.
You're not totally positive. Still, we're like, what? This is an hour and a half right now? Yeah, I'm ready to quit.
No, I'm not me, man. I have a lot more to do.
Good.
All right, so what do you want to do now? Do you want to go over your other list? Do you want me to switch controllers? Do you want to...
Let's open it up for discussion. What's y'all's favorite Sega CD games? Are there any games that you especially disagree with in our top 10s? Do you think they should be stricken from the record? Based on what you saw during Sega CD Monday, what were some of your favorite moments?
God.
All right, see you around, Boogaloo. Thanks for sticking around.
All right, oh, Sonic CD, yeah, absolutely. Just... an incredible game.
For many people, I think the Sega CD is synonymous with Sonic CD. It is so good. So good. There's a reason why it was the first 2D Sonic game to get the HD treatment. It's because it's good.
Penn Merch loves the intro to, whatchamacallit, I missed that, darn it. It just scrolled away, sorry. You're going to have to read these for me.
The Funky Horror Band intro was excellent. That's a great song. I love it.
Thank you to Pixel Power for the raid. Do appreciate that.
Welcome, everyone. We are an hour and a half into the 8-hour desert bus run, and we're talking about our favorite Sega CD games. All right, Gizmo likes Dracula. That makes two of us. I love that game. It's so stupid, so bad, but it's just got that's something.
All right, I see. Yes, Final Fight CD. Oh God, that's so good.
Final Fight CD was a good port, probably the best in that era. Bad Game Hall of Fame almost wants to put Corpse Killer as their #1 best. I like that game more than other people. I think that did a lot of good with FMV as a backdrop.
You know, I thought the Power Ranger game was interesting. I thought that was an interesting way to do the whole Dragon's Lair formula.
I think so, too. Other people shout out Mansion of Hidden Souls, according to Jampolian, who thinks of that series constantly. Good. I'm glad I put that game in your head.
Gizmo, thank you so much for mentioning Frankenstein.
Frankenstein was amazing. That game...
my God! When you're doing Blanca, when Lady Frankenstein does the Blanca roll.
I did not expect to fight Frankenstein's wife at the end of the game, and I even less expected her to completely kick Frankenstein's ass.
The funniest part is that, oh my God, Frankenstein's monster gets beaten up by his future wife or whatever.
Tepid Snake agrees with me on Citizen X. Good. I like being confused when I play games, and that's a very confusing game. A New Start says, NBA Jam on Sega CD may be the best console version. I had fun with that. That didn't seem like it was obviously downgraded either. It was a nice upgraded port with new rosters. Also have Willie Beamish driving us all crazy from Cool Coyote. That is what he does.
Yes.
Citricola says Funky Horror Band. Juan says the Power Ranger game. Yeah, that was a late release that almost didn't happen, but it was slapped together, and they managed to make a fully playable game based on Power Rangers episodes.
Bob, I'm pretty sure Eternal Champions was in our... that was in your top 30, right? Or when you're runners-up?
It was in my honorable mentions, yeah. Eternal Champions, good stuff.
Wild Woody. That's a game and a half. I don't know what to... I don't want to put it in my top 10 or top 20 or top anything, but...
It's going to be in one of my lists. I'm going to tease that for now. It'll be in one of the lists I reveal later on. Joe Bush also says Corpse Killer. Corpse Killer getting a lot of love today.
Ooh, Kamen Rider. That's another good one.
Inexplicable Frankenstein game. Yes. Multiple mentions for Frankenstein. Wow.
Pete, chat loves Frankie.
I ought to play through that again. That was a completely ridiculous game. Seeing a shout out for Prime. Prime is an all-time great. Prime is the GOAT, as they say. Not in terms of gameplay, but in terms of vocal tracks.
Unfortunately, after we finish this, we're never going to stream again now. We'll be back on Wednesday after this.
Cliffhanger, an interesting pick. Yeah, that's a game defined by its hubris. Let's just take an existing 16-bit game and put in impossible snowboarding levels.
Oh my God, how could I forget Star Wars Chess with Yoda and his monstrous sociopathy or whatever.
Yeah, Yoda turns evil that game, inducing a stormtrooper into suicide.
Yeah!
Not anything you would see in any of the films. I don't know, I haven't seen Rise of Skywalker. Maybe he does that.
Oh yeah, KO Flying Squadron.
KO Flying Squadron, another good pick. Very entertaining cutscenes and some pretty good gameplay. The Kabuki Clash game with the big ape. I completely forgot all about that.
Oh, shit, yeah.
Wait a minute. That was a PC Engine arcade card, I think.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, Tengai Makyo is more of a PC Engine thing.
Mm.
Very similar, though. We have any Black Hole Assault fans in the chat? I'm a fan of the hidden minigame Black Ball Assault, which was just
good.
Pong. I also like it because Azzy programmed it. Azzy, the guy who designed everything in Revengers of Vengeance. Gotta appreciate that ambition.
Can't believe 140 people are watching this. Jesus.
At least a couple of people who said they had to duck out of the Beamish stream. Yeah. That is a game I will discuss at some point. It is on a list. Willie is on all my lists. Woody, Wild Woody. A vote for Penis Music? Yep. Agreed. Penis Music is one of my favorite Sega
What
CD
game
games.
did we play that recently had penis music in it? I forgot.
That would be Wild Woody.
Oh, yeah! Wild Woody did have penis music.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Caro's votes for Terminator. Such a good game. Such a good action game. They went above and beyond with that. So much so it kind of feels unfair to call it a port. Just completely overhauled, completely excellent.
Oh my god. I saw a mention earlier of Fahrenheit by Joe Bush.
Oh man, Fahrenheit, the firefighting sim in FMV. Also see votes for Sylphied, Soul Feast, KO Flying Squadron. The system has more good shooters than you would expect. Nothing to the point where it's like competitive with the PC Engine CD, but still, they gave it a good shot. And we even got most of them here in the States, too.
Shapeshifter, that was TurboGrafx CD.
Yeah, that was TurboGrafx CD.
Yeah.
That was very much in the Sega CD mold, though. I can see how you would think that. Robolest, excellent game. Not one of my favorites, but other people seem to like it. Vote for The Mandalorian, Baby Yoda. Yes, Star Wars Chess did look forward to The Mandalorian. They make you look deep in the lore. Like, all the people who are watching Mandalorian, only a few people were all like, oh, it's from Star Wars Chess.
That's true, because that baby does kill. That baby really does kill a storm... I mean, spoilers, but the baby does a murder of a stormtrooper. And
Really?
it's actually kind of grisly.
Scrolling down to the part where people say, I survived Willie Beamish and all I got was trauma. Willie Beamish belongs in Wild Woody Hell. Willie Beamish has great music. Terrible game. Clown penis music. Willie Beamish stream makes me wistful for a time when I didn't know the name Willie Beamish, says Miss Sandwich. I think we can all agree with that.
We traumatized our poor audience. We didn't mean to do that.
More votes for Wild Woody.
Mm-hmm.
Snatcher, good pick for your personal favorite. Cool Coyote. Slowly catching up here. I think I finally got here. I don't think I read everyone's picks, but these are all good picks. Wow, Juan, you're the only fan of our pop-up music video game music series.
Literally, that is one of our worst viewed, worst
No one
rated
watched that
things,
shit.
But you know what? Thank you.
I love putting it together. If I ever did another one of those, it would be a compilation-style video with multiple songs.
Yeah.
I think it would be for TurboGrafx, our next episode of that. We got to compile all the music from Final Zone 2, from Shapeshifter, all the favorites. Mm-hmm. It's the money's not there, but the love.
Oh, some people in chat like those videos.
The love
All
is.
right. Okay. Cool.
All right, good.
It's more that I don't think YouTube just wanted to recommend it to anybody. They were like, no, thank you.
The main thing I wanted to do with that was to put the Prime theme out there, and I think that's gotten enough exposure lately where it's worth it. Recently, Dino played that game to an audience of 200 people, and they were all like, what the fuck is with this title track? So, mission accomplished in terms of that. Shall we go back to my other picks? Do you want to keep playing?
Do you want me to keep playing? Do you want me to take a break? How do you want to do this, baby?
What do you say I go over all the rest of my picks, and then I take over and let you take a break for a little bit?
And then when I come back, can we play my fake or real TV show?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna do that in bits throughout the stream. I'm gonna do it in bits of 5 shows at once, because I've got 30 shows, 20 real, 20 real, 10 fake, and yeah, we're gonna see what's real, what's fake, and we're gonna blow Danny's mind.
Okay, so this next one is a list of 10 upgraded ports for Sega CD I think you should check out. Often games were ported from Sega Genesis and all they added was maybe an extra level and definitely a Red Book soundtrack. Not worth seeking out. These games went above and beyond and did a little bit extra in making it worth seeking out the Sega CD one. Just a real quick listing here. Amazing Spider-Man, which we mentioned before, adds a shit ton of new levels and a whole bunch of weird cartoons of weirdly proportioned Spider-Man characters.
Mm-hmm.
Batman Returns, it's built on the top of a terrible Sega Genesis game, but what they added was a really good driving mode. In fact, you can turn off the platforming levels and just play the new levels. That's the recommended way to play. Also want to recommend Earthworm Jim Special Edition, added a couple levels. Red Book audio isn't that great, but I think the additions actually match what was in the original game, making it a longer and more fulfilling experience. I don't know why I said Earthworm Jim was fulfilling in any sort of sense of the word, but there you go.
I mean, we're 1 hour and 41 minutes in, so...
So yeah, this is the point where I'd be like, Earthworm Jim? Yeah, I'd fuck him.
Please don't have sex with Earthworm Jim.
Next on the upgraded ports list, you should check out Final Fight CD.
Yes!
I didn't know until very recently that this game is actually almost considered Kusoga in Japan. It has ridiculous voice lines that were deleted from the opening. Apparently in Japan, Cody introduces himself by saying, Cody, 32, I like salmon. Or something like that.
Oh man, same Cody.
There's also some gameplay changes, like the fact that you can't punch as fast in the arcade version. But overall, best port you could get back in the day, and it's still worth looking back on.
Mm-hmm.
Also want to recommend the Game no Kanzume series. These games collected a series of SegaNet games that were only released over the Mega Modem peripheral. These games would be lost forever, but they were released in upgraded form in a couple of Mega CD compilations, including the Phantasy Star Text Adventures.
People are saying awful things about Earthworm Jim.
Yep, these are all things that I've heard about Earthworm Jim. Make sure to watch yourself around that guy.
He's gonna try to call you at 2 a.m. to try to, but you deserve better than him. You deserve better than him.
Another upgraded port I'd recommend is Mortal Kombat. This is a game we kind of shit-talked when we were playing it, but a recent Digital Foundry episode revealed that it's actually superior to the Genesis version. They added in extra frames of animation instead of taking them out like we claimed during the stream. Though there is some load times, this is the way to play 16-bit Mortal Kombat. Though nowadays you probably should just emulate the arcade version. Also want to shout out Ninja Warriors for Mega CD, a game that turns a 3-screen arcade game into a 1-screen Mega CD game. And there's one particular part of this game I recommend more than anything else, and that is Zuntata mode.
Yes!
That is a prologue where Taito's in-house band plays a bunch of weird characters in a prologue to the events of the main game. They try to work in references to the music, to the sound team, making no sense whatsoever. Even weirder, it's all in English. What the fuck? Very recommended. Also, we don't recommend many PC-ported adventure games to Sega CD, but I think it's worth checking out Rise of the Dragon, because they actually added voices to that version. No other port, not the DOS, not the CD version, not anything had voices. Those were exclusive to the Sega-published Rise of the Dragon, and I think they add a lot to the experience. They also add a lot of really stereotypical voice acting, so look out for that.
Yeah, it's kind of bad, and if you didn't like some of the, I'll just say the Orientalism of the original, you are not going to like the upgraded version, because they ramp it up a little bit. But if you're looking for a cyberpunk game where people are being transformed into dragons through illicit drugs, then it may be up your alley.
Rounding out our list of recommended upgraded ports, Shadow of the Beast 2. This is a game that was made a little bit easier compared to the completely impossible Amiga version. It's upgraded a little bit, and it has voice acting. Really, really, really terrible voice acting from what I think are the programmers themselves. If you can't get the Amiga version, this is definitely one to check out. And finally, number 10 on my list of 10 upgraded ports, Wing Commander. Another situation where the original PC version didn't have voice acting, but this one does. And it was ported by Lunar Silver Star developer Game Arts, who actually know a thing or two about programming games, so it's actually really fun. And there you go, 10 games that you could play on other platforms, but it's better on Sega CD. Check them out. Why not?
Check them out.
Let's move on to... What do you say, my bottom 10?
Here we go, folks. This is where you can yell and shout and cancel us.
This is it.
Any
Any disagreements, feel free to voice them in the chat. use all caps if you must. I'm taking the limiter off. You can use all the caps you want. These are terrible, terrible games that we probably would have never played if not for our quest to play every Sega CD game.
Real quick, thank you to Mooware for the 8-month resub. Do appreciate it. Mooware says, I missed the bus. Well, you're here now.
Welcome to the bus, and thank you.
Welcome.
These are the worst of the worst. A couple of these may ruffle some feathers, particularly the first couple, but these games I did not enjoy at all, and they made me feel like a worse person. Number 10, on the bottom 10, starting off the list with The Adventures of Batman and Robin. Holy shit, this game deserves so much more. They produced an entire animated episode of the series exclusively for this game, featuring the original character artists, the voices, a really violent scene where Batman murders a tree person with an axe.
Yeah, there's a much more violent than the series, because I think they could get away with more, honestly.
And then you play the game and it's a huge piece of shit.
It fucking sucks.
It promises to be essentially a full game of the driving sequences from Batman Returns, made by many of the same developers even, but they fuck it up so bad. It's so hard. There's a time limit that makes it real difficult to progress. It starts you off with all these different guns you can use and tells you not to use them because there's only civilian cars on the road. Oh yeah, you're doing this during rush hour too, so you're just bouncing off of walls, off of cars. Batman can't do shit.
He can't.
An incredibly frustrating game that I was able to cheat my way through to see all the cutscenes, and that barely makes it worth it, but oof. Woof. That's all I have to say about that game.
Mm-hmm.
Number 9 on my bottom 10. This pains me a little bit to say it, but Funky Horror Band deserves a place in the bottom 10. Amazing intro, amazing character design, the worst RPG on Mega CD. The one thing I remember about that game is the shock you see after the initial cutscene, which is really impressive, and then you get to the game with these sub 8-bit graphics looking like a fucking 87 Famicom game. And when you get to the actual gameplay, they don't tell you which weapons are equipped by different characters, so you have to kind of buy them all. A lot of different problems with progression and story. Just a very unsatisfying game that does not live up to its promises. Let me drink a little bit.
Okay.
Why don't you say some of your least favorites?
Oh God. I would say absolutely Funky Horror Band. Big disappointment. God. It sucks because I don't know. You know me. I love trash. I love just absolute horseshit games. Fuck it. You know what game I don't like? Bouncers.
Ooh.
I'm sorry, Bouncers. I don't think your videos you made are very good. I don't think the game itself is very fun. You basically destroyed a childhood Sega CD, so you're on watch for that, buddy. But you know what though? I have such a soft spot for the fact that it did kill my Sega CD that maybe, or our Sega CD I should say. Mm-hmm. We're in a marriage, so it's joint property.
In a marriage.
Yes, when you're in a marriage, the Sega CD becomes ours. But I don't know. I don't like it. Didn't like playing it. I didn't like looking at it.
Any others you'd give an anti-recommendation to?
Ooh. I am, for some reason, when I'm driving, all I can think about is the road. So I'm having a hard time thinking of what I'm mad about.
Okay. I'll try and rush through the rest so you can take your break.
Oh, no. Take your time. Take your time. I've got a lot of coffee to drink.
Okay.
Oh, my God. I'm going to be bouncing off the walls.
Resuming our bottom 10 with number 8, it's Joe Montana's NFL Football. What a crushing disappointment this game was. On Genesis, the Joe Montana series invented the Sports Talk feature, which allowed real-time commentary using a weird computerized voice. That was pretty neat for the time. On Sega CD, you expected to ramp them up, make it even better. Instead, you only get commentary after each play, after a lengthy load time. There are very long load times between plays in a football game. That and the generally sluggish gameplay, general unexcitement, there's very little crowd noise, no one reacts to what you're doing. I still played all the way through this because this was one of the few games I had for Sega CD back in the day. And the one thing I remember is getting to the Super Bowl, and that was like the one point where the game was challenging. I pretty much steamrolled the entire preseason and whatever. But I get to the Super Bowl, we're tied up, fourth quarter, like a minute left on the clock, and I'm I'm at the goal line. It's like first and goal. And what the game does is it lets you call up Joe Montana to give you an FMV hint. Something that I thought was pretty worthless at the time. But I decided, you know what? If I'm ever going to talk to Joe Montana, this is the time.
Mm-hmm.
So I call up the menu, which takes a really long load time. I pick Ask Joe, which takes a really long load time.
Mm-hmm.
It cuts to a scene of a TV screen being placed on a football field. While it loads up Joe, it takes another 15 seconds. And after around 2 minutes of waiting for his expert advice, he pops up and says, "You're on your own for this one." And that just sums up my experience with Joe Montana's NFL football. That legit actually happened. That was an actual experience.
Jesus Christ.
Unbelievable. So, fuck you, Joe Montana, and fuck you, Sega, for making that terrible, terrible video game. Ugh. Memories. Number 7 on our bottom 10, a game you may have completely forgotten about it because it's very forgettable. The Lawnmower Man.
Oh my god, I did forget about that, but that is absolutely in my bottom 10.
Folks, if you have never heard of The Lawnmower Man for Sega CD, let me bring up the title of another game you may be familiar with. This is from many of the same developers who brought you a game for the Amiga CD-TV called The Town with No Name. It is technically a spiritual sequel using the Lawnmower Man film license. It's an FMV game that uses nothing but CG, and it plays like dog shit. It is horrible. It easily lives up to the standards of Town with No Name, and the fact that so few people have played it is kind of a shame, because I think it stands out as one of the worst Sega CD games.
Yeah, wow, thank you for reminding me. That game is just shit.
Even worse, it got a sequel on PS1 called Cyber War. There was a Lawnmower Man 2.
Cyber War is really bad, too, I remember that.
Yes. Christ. Why, people, why?
Well, they all like the idea of the original. Maybe they all expected it to be like the original Lawnmower Man with the satyr and everything, just chomping on your grass.
It could be. Should have been a direct adaptation of the Stephen King story.
They should combine they should do an adaptation of that, but make it like it's like a lawn mowing simulator, but it's a fucking goat man.
Just call it Goat Man Goes to Town.
Yeah, I'd play that
on your lawn.
Can we get a goat man for our lawn?
Okay.
Okay.
We got plenty for him to eat.
If you're a goat man and you can handle poison ivy, please contact us.
We got any satyrs out there? Some kind of half human, half goat hybrids? Get in touch. Number 6 on our bottom 10, another game everyone's forgotten about, Racing Aces. Do you remember this game at all, Alex?
No, I think you're lying. I've never heard of this in my life.
This was a genuine retail-released Sega CD game here in the States called Racing Aces. I think it was a U.S. exclusive, even. This is a game where you fly airplanes in a series of races very, very, very slowly.
Okay, now I remember it. This kind of sucked.
I think it uses some kind of polygonal graphics, but whatever they were doing, the gameplay just chugged. It was not playable at all. It makes stuff like Mega Race seem like a masterpiece. Racing Aces, just complete unplayable garbage. And it doesn't even have the decency to include funny FMV. It's just trash on a disc.
Who made Racing Aces, by the way?
I don't know. Let me look that up.
Okay, we're looking that up, folks.
Who did this? Racing Aces. How's the bus?
Good. And someone asked earlier, but I think they already left. But and fair enough, I wouldn't watch this either. We're only doing the trip there, which will be the full 8 hours. We're not doing the trip back because
Racing Aces is the one and only game made by a developer called Hammond and Leyland. Never heard of them.
Leyland sounds familiar. I want to say they did something else.
That's different from Leland, who did Super Off-Road and Battletoads.
No, not... Well, okay, I must be thinking something else anyways.
Well, if anyone wants to research Racing Aces and why it turned out so terrible, please feel free.
Please, God.
Moving into the bottom 5, the putrid 5, the horrible 5, as I like to call them. Top 5 worst games for Sega CD. Number 5, Cadillacs and Dinosaurs, the second Cataclysm. Honestly, I was considering putting Lodestar, another game from Rocket Science Games, on this list, but Cadillacs and Dinosaurs was impossible. It is a game where you go forward at 1,000,000 miles an hour in a Cadillac, and you slam into all the dinosaurs in front of you. You cannot react to anything, you cannot play it, and it was programmed by Elon Musk. Need I say more?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he did Lodestar, too.
Yeah, I was going to say Lodestars is, now that I remember, Lodestars in my bottom just because it's such an interesting idea for a game that I would have loved to see more of, but it sucks.
So, Krongo, that is not an uncommon opinion. Everyone says Lodestar looked impossible. I beat that game back in the day. As one of the few Sega CD games I had, I played the shit out of it and I was able to beat it. After honestly looking at Cadillacs and Dinosaurs, I don't think I could beat it. It didn't look possible. It just looked too ridiculous. Too much.
We're all being told that it's you know what, Bad Game Hall of Fame? I am very looking forward to your article about Lodestar.
Yeah, me too. There's a lot to be said about Rocket Science in particular. Mm-hmm. Just a company that got a ton of cash infused from angel investors, and they did not put out anything that made any money whatsoever.
You know, he didn't program it. Like Bad Game Hall of Fame says, his involvement is a little overblown. That's true.
Yeah.
But, you know, we like to shit talk billionaires, sorry.
It's a nice fun fact, anyway. Yeah. I like to think that that's what got him started on his path to evil. His experience working with rocket science games. Okay, continuing the bottom 5 with number 4. This is something Alex predicted. Bouncers, the Sega CD killing basketball game itself.
Fuck Bouncers.
Even without the fact that the thing killed my Sega CD briefly and erased my Willy Beamish save, this is a game that feels more like a Flash game, and I don't say that lightly. This is a game where you are a living basketball competing against one other living basketball in a series of one-on-one matches on single-screen courts. They don't scroll. There's no complexity. You're just throwing yourself into hoops on these very, very small arenas. That's it. That's the whole game. I don't think there's even a tournament mode. It's just like, oh, play one match and then flush the game down the toilet, I guess.
Basically. Also, Bad Game Hall of Fame's article about Lodestar actually is out. I did not know that. Apologies. Please click that link and read it.
Oh, yeah, go look for that.
Yeah.
Damn, so many bad games. You got to do an expose on Bouncers. Like,
yes, please tell us about Bouncers. I'm dying to know.
Just the fact that it's a Sega CD exclusive, even. Like, you think for a console CD game it would have some kind of depth, but it's a disc full of terrible, unfunny cartoons and an even worse game if you try to play it. Don't play it.
Don't.
Number 3, the top 3. We're doing it, the worst of the worst. Another game you probably instantly forgot about after we played it. RDF, Global Conflict. This is a tank game by Imagineering, creators of this lovely game we're playing right now. Mm-hmm. This was essentially a Sega CD adaptation of their Super Battle Tank series, only without the involvement of that series' creator or any of the programmers involved. They were ripping off their own series so they wouldn't have to pay the license or whatever.
Jesus Christ.
And the game itself is so much of a downgrade from Super Battle Tank, it's unbelievable. It's a game where you're just in this slow-ass tank, and you have weapons that are completely unable to deal with the challenges around you. Enemies swarm you, they just attack you from all directions, and all you can do is sit there and take it until you die. Unbelievably terrible. The only redeeming portion of it is the FMV sequences, who star one person yelling at the player, as is often the case with FMV games. Mm-hmm. That person is Absolute's lawyer.
I love that. That's actually that's why I cannot put that in my. I know it's shit. I know, but those cutscenes make it for me. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I never knew about this guy beforehand, and all I knew was like, this guy's not an actor. The way he acts in front of the camera, just no. And finding out he was a lawyer and manual author also explained a whole lot. I never did go back and record all those FMV sequences, and unfortunately they're not on YouTube either, so you're never going to see them.
Oh, man.
Unless I decide to pick up that game again and record them. I don't want to. It was bad.
No, don't, Danny. Love yourself.
Number 2, the second worst Sega CD game of all time. It's your friend and mine, Wild Woody. You knew he had to make an appearance somewhere. Wild Woody, a game we only played a couple weeks ago, but boy, it left an impression.
Danny, we hit the 2-hour mark. You know what time it is?
Hey. Wow, 4 honks.
Yeah, because it's 4.
The second worst Sega CD game of all time is, of course, Wild Woody. Mm-hmm. A platformer in the vein of Earthworm Jim, only it's extremely clumsy. The level design is all over the place. It's one of those where the fuck do I go kind of games. Copyright angry video game nerd. Mm-hmm. But the levels are just so haphazardly designed. You end up running into everything, constantly losing your health. and you have to pause the game to use Woody's abilities, which in fact do nothing. I remember one of them, like, he just got put in a train and then ran into a wall, and that was it.
That was great because it wanted you to move, but you couldn't, and you were just kind of, you were just staring at the camera with that horrible, lecherous face of his, and...
It's a terrible platformer that
I hate that game.
Was obviously rushed in order to meet the Sega CDs before it died. Oh, man. Some people say it's the best. Wild Woody has his fans.
Juan, we appreciate your contrarian opinion. We do. We appreciate anyone's opinion.
Everyone is free to have their own opinion, but I think what put it over for me were the cutscenes, where every couple of levels, Wild Woody would do that thing where he engulfs the camera with his giant mouth and says, "Wild Woody!" And it never gets good. It's never something you want to see. And then at the very end of the game, for all your efforts, for all the terrible boss fights, the end is Wild Woody gets laid.
It's that horrible... Yeah, the paintbrush becomes a sexy babe, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I don't like it.
Yeah, I think we just passed 200 miles.
Hey.
Look at the thing there.
Oh, hey! Hell yeah!
We might do this after all.
To be fair, it started at 112 miles, so...
Oh, okay. Well, still,
count.
It's quite a while. Yeah, Wild Woody gets the babe in the end. Cutscenes are horrible. There's a rapping pirate song that turns into nu metal in the middle.
I love that song.
Looking at YouTube, that song is called Yo-Ho, I think. You can look it up on YouTube, and it has something like 100,000 views.
It's because, like, I think it was featured in a popular YouTuber thing. And
okay.
If you look at the comments, everyone's like, "Blank brought me here," and shit like that.
And the weird part is, the nu metal part makes you really wish for what the comments say, subdued pirate rap, makes up the rest of the song. They're all like, "Man, get back to the rapping pirate." No, they called him low-key pirate rap.
Yeah.
Get back to the low-key pirate rap. What's with this Limp Bizkit shit? Mm-hmm. Just an unbelievably irritating soundtrack. Like, it was almost intended that way. Hell, it might have been.
Maybe.
The very definition of penis music.
Yeah, there's that one song that's penis music in it that's real penisy.
Wild Woody, the poster child of bad Sega CD games. But there is one child that we hate even more than that.
One little bastard!
And that is my number one worst Sega CD game. Now, I tended to not include ports on this list because this is early CD-ROM technology. They were kind of clumsy in porting a lot of these. But one port went above and beyond, taking a terrible game, making it even worse, and dare I say unplayable on original hardware. I can, of course, only be talking about your friend and mine, Willie Beamish.
Hate him.
The worst Sega CD game. This is an adventure game where you play as the hateful child of a hateful family. Everyone's too self-absorbed to deal with anyone's problems. Everyone's constantly yelling at each other or just being kind of shitty. It's not a good family dynamic and really unpleasant to experience in a video game. And worst of all, when they ported it to Sega CD, they introduced ridiculous load times. We're talking 30 to 40 seconds between actions. So much so that the developers added a feature where you can hit the start button to bring up laser balls, something to keep you entertained during the really long load times.
They're called laser balls, too. That's what they're called.
It's in the manual, and they say that's what it's for, to put up with the long load times. Even that wouldn't be terrible if it was just a regular point-and-click game, but no, this is from Dynamics, an offshoot of Sierra, so of course the game is full of unfair deaths, things you didn't see coming, and worst of all, timed puzzles, where if you don't do things in a particular time frame, you die. What happens in Willie Beamish, most of all, I remember that one part where you gotta turn the hydrant on the street toughs.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that fucking part, no.
During that part, it gives you approximately 1.5 seconds to very quickly click on one particular pixel of the fire hydrant, and if you miss it, you're locked into an unskippable cutscene, then a long load time back to the main menu, and then a longer load time back to where you left off. So if you fail that 1.5 second test they put you under, it's 2 minutes of loading.
No.
That's why I say it's unplayable on original hardware. We did it with save states, and even then it was only barely possible. You remember that one part where I fucked up the save state?
Yes, I do, and we all nearly died, and I felt like I was going to die.
So yeah, you could talk shit on a lot of ports for Sega CD. The Monkey Island port apparently isn't too great. Rise of the Dragon, arguably worse because they dithered the colors to hell. But Willie Beamish just really offers the full package. Terrible gameplay, a port of a game that nobody liked to begin with, just made even worse by people who didn't know what they were doing. Unbelievably bad game. We did play through the whole thing, so you can see every agonizing moment across multiple playthroughs if you so wish.
Yeah, it's in our highlights, but I don't know if I would call that a high. It's more of a low light, but you know.
What are your favorite parts of Willy Beamish?
Okay, the weird vampire babysitter that they just ignore. They don't even bring back in like, oh yeah, it was a dream or something. We don't know why it killed you.
I can take over for the controller now.
Oh, thank God. Hold on.
Yeah, you're free to go after you tell me your favorite parts of Willy Beamish.
Help me. Okay. I like how awful and haggard your dad looks after he loses his job.
Mm-hmm.
I like when your sister goes punk and they don't even mention it. They're just like, it's fine.
Yeah, they
Don't worry
completely
about it.
drop her story at that point. You never see her again. So good.
And one part I do actually like and is that you end the game by flushing the villains down a giant toilet, a literal toilet.
That's good. And I do like some of the death scenes where Willy gets pummeled, beaten. He deserves it.
He goes to I like when he blows up and murders his childhood bully. That person is really dead.
Thank you, Anonymous Gifter, for the gift to Hokuto no Shock.
Thank
Enjoy
you.
your emotes.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the worst part I think to me is that there is no that is the phantom gangrene that he can't get. They all say, oh, he's gonna get gangrene if you don't fix his finger or whatever. It's fine. You don't need to fucking put any iodine on his goddamn finger.
I remember multiple magazines back in the day offering like a brief walkthrough of the first couple hours, and all of them say if you don't put on the iodine and the Band-Aid, you will get gangrene at the end of the game and you can't complete it. Luckily, Bobinator went through the whole damn game with a damn gangrenous hand hanging off of Willy Beamish, and that did not affect the end of the game. So, yeah, even in cases where you wish Willy Beamish would die horribly, he doesn't.
Mm-hmm, that's the problem. He dies when you don't want him to, and when you want him to die, he just keeps on trucking.
He did get killed for farting, though. That was cool.
That was great.
He farts all over a bully, and the bully like folds him up into a basketball.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you fart on the bully, you're fucked.
Oh, right, and at the end of the game, the villains, they just straight up drown him. They tie him up and throw him in the river, and he drowns.
Yeah, that's wild.
Like, in any other case, I'd be like, oh, showing a 9-year-old getting murdered on screen, that's pretty extreme. But in this case, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense.
Nah, kill the fucker. All right.
Alex, why don't you go stretch your legs and do whatever?
Okay.
Come back whenever you want. You don't have to...
Probably about 20 minutes or so. I need to use the restroom and all that good stuff.
All right. Don't be a stranger.
Do not crash the bus.
I might.
Let me crash the bus. Let me have the dignity of destroying the bus.
Ugh, just left here with my thoughts about Willy Beamish. See you later.
See you, baby. I'll be back.
Okay. All right, y'all. It's just you and me now. You enjoying the trip? Is it rocky back there? Sorry, we don't have any seatbelts. We've really been doing this for 2 hours now. Unbelievable. Yeah, next up is my top 10 Elmo games. Number 1, Elmo's Number Adventure for N64. Yeah, it's a private stream now. Thank you to all members of our OnlyFans. I'm glad you paid to be here. Now, what I'm excited about is apparently at some point you start to see things happen on the screen. Supposedly at the halfway point you see a bug splat on one of the windows. And supposedly due to sensory deprivation it's supposed to feel like the greatest moment of your life. Me, I can't wait. Okay, I don't have anyone here to tell me not to do this, so... There you go. And now I've exhausted all my options. Still less intense than the Sonic Adventure 2 stream. Yeah, that game kind of pissed us off. But not nearly as much as Sonic Heroes. Oh my god. Sometimes you just play something so terrible it puts everything in perspective. That's the Sonic Heroes experience. See, my prediction is when we get around to playing Shadow the Hedgehog, we'll eventually re-rate Sonic Heroes. It'll seem like a masterpiece. And then we're going to play Sonic 06 and then re-rank Shadow, and the whole thing will start over. Sonic Zeros. Why do people like that game? Yeah, let's honk the Bubster. Bus from Indiana to Boston in 14 hours. Wow. That is a hell of a bus ride. I know people take long-term Greyhound routes, just like non-stop from one place to the other. The one common thing I hear from people who do that is there's always one person on the bus who doesn't know what headphones are, so they just play all their music as loud as possible. Who does that? Especially when you're trapped on a bus. That's like a lawless no man's land. Shadow's more interesting than Sonic Heroes? We shall see. I think I ran out of patience for 3D Sonic games for the year, though. We have to wait till 2021. Krungo Kong, you just need to believe in magic. Magic is real. It's like I said. I was so glad I was able to pull that off on Wednesday. Dear God, y'all don't even know what I had to do beforehand. I planned to include a webcam. I wanted to include, maybe I shouldn't spoil this. Maybe this is something we'll still do in the future. But Sunscorcher had something a little bit more elaborate than just cutting the stream. Mofo and the other tricks, if you want to know how to do them, search for Penn and Teller Smoke and Mirrors Manual. The first link you'll get is to a Reddit site, which will refer you to archive.org. The game has a 60-page manual that explains how to do all the tricks. Mofo, I think, was the most fun one, because it requires real-time trickery. How do I say this? It feels the most like you're trying to pull off an illusion, like you're being a magician, because it requires real-time surreptitious button inputs. It's really neat, and something no other game has done. It's a shame it's on this disc. Yeah, Whoop has the link there. Click that, if you really want the magic spoiled. Honestly, some of the games were more simple than that, like the Guess Your Sign game. Spoilers, all you have to do is enter your sucker's birth date in the Sega CD menu. Though, if you really want the experience, what the game does is it has a secret owner's menu. To do that, you have to push Start on Controller 2 at the start of the game during the opening FMV, at which point Penn and Teller will come out and be like, okay, so you're the guy who bought the game, we're going to tell you how to do all the tricks. The Mofo trick, yeah, even with the summary, it's a little bit complex. It takes like 7 pages to explain. What you're doing is you're secretly looking at the card, and then you're dialing in which card it is through a series of inputs. You do that by looking at a green sparkle that appears on the screen. The sparkle rotates along the screen. It's basically like a clock. So if you want a 3 card, you highlight the sparkle on the right side of the screen, where it would be on a clock. And then you use the D-pad to input the suit. Some of it you gotta memorize in real time, some of it you gotta just remember from before, and it takes a little bit of practice too, which is why I'm surprised it actually worked. See, what I wanted to do is to have that on webcam. I think that would have been more impressive if Alex pulled out the card in real time, showed it on the webcam, and then, oh, Mofo guessed it. But the way we did it, we had to use like a photo posted on Twitter, so it just seemed like I was entering things in advance. But no, I had to do that all in real time. Yeah, I really could have used that muting the characters in Sonic Heroes. The command, by the way, is shut up Charmy equals 1. How are Tess and Buttons doing? Haven't seen them the entire time. Tess took off right as soon as we started. She's out there in the living room, probably taking a snooze. Yeah, if only this game got a release. I think it could have had a market, even considering how limited the number of people owning Sega CDs were back then. Luckily, they did release this in some form. Like I mentioned on Wednesday, they had a VHS release along the same time. It was called Cruel Tricks for Dear Friends. I think that also had a thing where it encouraged you to touch the screen and it would play a loud noise to spook you. Things like that. And you can say whatever you want about Penn and Teller, but I really appreciate they were trying to do something interesting with the format. Like, these games aren't just to entertain, they can also vex and frustrate, like, intentionally. Oh no, I wanted to tell Alex to put on the music. We'll do that next time. I have a full playlist of video game music. Because I'm a nerd. The adventure game. The adventure game, I'm glad I got to show it off, if just because it left no reason for anyone to ever play it. It is so painful, dude. Making all those save states, going through like 50 doors in Las Vegas at the end, it is no fun. But I guess just showing off how ridiculously bullshit it is enough. And again, there's a big mystery with the with that side quest that has no bearing on the actual story. So if anyone wants to figure that out, feel free. I wish I had a radio in this game. This game would be a good thing to put in a magic shop next to the fake poop and vomit. Sell it at Spencer's Gifts. Trying to catch up on stream activity. Did I thank Tepid Snake for 100 bits a few minutes ago? If not, thank you. Yes, Uzi. I'm glad you pointed that out. Yeah, as Uzi pointed out, the song that plays when you meet Lou Reed in Impossible Mode is it's a reference to his song Sweet Jane. He's literally standing there on the corner with a suitcase in his hand. Man, so much of this game is like legitimately cool, and so much is not. I think that one gay joke at the end was surprisingly subtle. I'm surprised there wasn't an FMV where Penn was just like, "They're gay! Gay, damn it, gay!" And really, with Siegfried and Roy, that's frequently a topic that comedians made fun of back in the day. Yeah, what does happen if you hack past Lou Reed? Is there an alternate ending to Impossible Mode? Oh, was it twin beds? No, damn it. The one environmental joke ruined. Splatterpop asked, do you think they hired Imagineering just because of their work on Bart vs. the Space Mutants? It was more like Imagineering was Absolute's in-house developer. They were pretty much just doing work for them at the time. Why bother contracting someone else when you have a perfectly shitty developer right here? And I gotta say this, I hate to say it, but playing through the adventure mode in this, all it did was make me want to play through Bart vs. the Space Mutants. I'm sick in the head or something. Now a follower of Stink Bomb and Rot because they're gay and have tigers. You know what? Fair. For a lot of people, that's enough. And true, you can't hack past Lou Reed in real life, so why bother trying in the game? Hey, I've beaten Bart vs. the Space Mutants. I can do it again. I don't want to. Well, I kind of want to. Like, okay. This is Bart vs. the Space Mutants rant time. The first level, you may disagree with me on this. I think the first level of that game is brilliant. Just the fact that they incorporated adventure game elements in the context of a side-scrolling platformer, and it was Imagineering, and they somehow made it even kind of work, is pretty amazing. And then the rest of the game happens, where they just ran out of ideas. All the adventure game elements completely disappear, and it's all like, I don't know, collect exit signs at the museum. Literally a thing you have to do. And it even made sense with being as difficult as it was, being level 1. Like, of course you'd have to start over a few times. You'd find a few new things each play. It felt appropriate. And then it goes on and they give you no continues, and you have to do that level over and over again. Then you go to the mall and collect hats. What's that other level? Oh yeah, the carnival where you collect balloons. All with these really impossible jumps with bad controls. Yeah, Imagineering and Imagineer are different things, but they do sound similar. Whoop, the mall is only easy if you know that trick to bypass the cement. Kids back in the day didn't know that shit. I got kind of mad when I found out you could jump on that one platform 3 times and just skip the whole thing. Oh, Taizo, Camp Deadly may be worse. It's like Space Mutants, only completely unambitious. Oh yeah, there is a Master System version. They even made it for Genesis. Just everyone wanted to play Space Mutants. You know what I think of Space Mutants? Sorry, I had to bleep myself there. So here's an argument. Bart's Nightmare, worse than Space Mutants, or better? Cast your votes now. I think it's terrible in its own unique way. Yeah, sorry for the language. Bart vs. the World, I think, was an improvement. It was less ambitious and less adventure gamey, but in the end, reducing the ambition was probably better for an Imagineering game. Oh yeah, there's no question about Virtual Bart. That's why I didn't ask Virtual Bart. I'm pretty sure everyone hates that game. I think I mentioned it when we were playing it for Mascot Friday, but Virtual Bart it's unique because it's depressing. Like, Bart dies. He gets eaten by Homer. If you finish that Mad Max segment, it does like a riff on the Simpsons couch gag, only the Simpsons are skeletons. And Bart Simpson pushes him aside to watch the Krusty the Clown show. Depressing. Like, even Treehouse of Horror wouldn't do that. Like, wow, your family's dead. Good joke. Bart Pig. What is that? A Brosentia emote, I think. Fucking Bart Pig. Simpsons video game ranking list. I'm pretty sure they're all worse than Bubsy. Maybe... No, they're all worse than Bubsy. There's Bart Pig. Road Rage was good. I think most people like that game. The Crazy Taxi one wasn't that bad either. Or was that Road Rage? Hit and Run is the one I'm thinking of. Imagineer made an FDS game? It's new to me. Yeah, the virtual reality thing didn't make a lot of sense, though. I'm pretty sure Virtual Bart started out as Bart's Nightmare Part 2, because so many of the situations seem nightmarish. That's my theory about this game. You know, you want to know a secret theory about this game right here? This is something I thought of last night. I was really tired. It made sense then. When you start this game, Desert Bus, it tells you to put in a name, and the default name is Jocko. Here's my theory. I thought it was originally Mofo, but Sega made him change it because they thought it would sound like motherfucker. It would make sense because at the end of the adventure game portion, Mofo the gorilla was driving the bus, so the name would be Mofo, you would think. But Sega saw that out of context and they were like, no, change it to Jocko. And they did. There you go, that's my conspiracy theory. Good old Mofo. Okay, good. I have some new subscribers to my conspiracy theory. Do we have any other theories about this game? Why didn't it get released? Did the government not want us to see it? Yeah, it should have been Golfo or Dorfo. Maybe that's what we're going to see at the end here. We're just going to see Eugene Levy's golf ball character. Oh, it should have been Debbie Harry driving the bus. That was another thing I liked about that adventure game. Really subtle humor, like Debbie Harry playing every shopkeeper and just being like, oh, it's a family business. There should be a big hairy ape arm on the wheel. I think that would make it more interesting. Play as a gorilla in the most tedious job possible. Eugene Levy is the only one with a golf ball Sona because he invented the entire thing. There would not be a Eugene Levy's miniature golf without Eugene Levy. He gets exclusive rights. Yeah, we're going to reach 7 hours and 58 minutes, and it's going to error out with stroke limit. So Tenga, it looks like, what does that timer up there say? 2:25? That's how long we're in. About a fourth of the way there. Honestly, I'm surprised we made it that far. Wacky World of Miniature Golf is not a Sega CD game. It won't be on my rankings. It'll be on my top 10 CDI games for sure, though. And yeah, Ides of Merch pretty much nails it as to why I didn't list it in any of my top 10s. It's designed to be terrible. It's designed to frustrate. Thank you for the congratulations for making it a fourth of the way there. It's honestly further than I thought. I feel like we can crash the bus at this point and I would still feel pretty accomplished. I ain't shit talking, Alex. What did I say? Maybe I do it without even realizing. The CDI is not what you would call a, quote, loser console, Krungo. It is a multimedia extravaganza. Borant, you envision a world in which this game is way more complex than it actually is. I'm sure if Warp World could hack this game to add in crowd control features, they would. Alex took off for a while. He's eating lunch. I think right now he took Buttons outside. Buttons is an indoor cat, but a couple times every day he'll start meowing at the door and ask to be let out into the front yard. All he does out there is roll around on the sidewalk and then eat some grass, and then he goes back in. H-Hog, yes, that's something a lot of people have been discussing over the last couple hours. I've seen people suggest different consoles for playing through. We have some plans for the immediate future, but I have considered, or at least thought about, different systems to play. One of them was the Atari Jaguar. I honestly considered that as a follow-up to Sega CD Monday. In fact, I pre-ordered a Jaguar flash cart just for that purpose, and the only guy making them apparently didn't know how much demand there would be, and he was swamped with orders, and he had a mental breakdown. That's not funny. He's okay now, though, but he had a breakdown over the idea of having to manufacture more things than he ever could. And he was just like, no, I'm putting this in someone else's hands. I'm going to do something else. Which, fair enough. But Jaguar Mondays aren't going to happen for a while. I also thought of systems with pretty small libraries, like the PCFX maybe. But, well, the PCFX is actually in this week's patron poll, so we may end up seeing it pretty soon. And you'll see why I didn't consider it for a Monday series. A lot of other people have suggested 3DO. That's a really strong contender. 3DO, better than a lot of people give it credit for. It feels like a good forerunner to the PlayStation, and there's a lot of unexplored stuff there. CDI is also a possibility, even though fewer people want to see that. I'm pretty sure it's just me who wants to do a complete CDI playthrough. Yeah, Jaguar emulation has supposedly gotten better recently. That and Saturn emulation. I'm real surprised how good Saturn emulation is now. The only reason PCFX is in the running is because I only recently discovered that emulation is pretty much perfect. It's just you have to use Mednafin. It's one of those emulators where the author is too good to put in an actual user interface, so you gotta use batch files and DOS commands. Yeah, it's Mednafin is your best option for Saturn, but you gotta really dig in, or at the very least learn how to drag and drop files. Amstrad GX4000, I will take that into consideration. I'll put it in the pile next to the ZX Spectrum and the VIC-20. Spectrum might be fun, but oh boy, there's a couple thousand of those games. Orient, I do not have a Mister, and I really want one, because it's started to get really good lately. Like, the Mister is an actual legit replacement for Game Boy Advance now. It's better than GameCube. And there's a few arcade emulations on there, too. It's supposedly really good at Amiga. Hell, I think the Amiga user interface is preferable to the good emulator on Windows. Amiga CD32 Monday. I might die. I might die, but if that's okay with you. Ugh, RetroArch. You can say it's good. I believe you. But I have tried no less than 3 times to install RetroArch, and each time it completely blocked all of my attempts. Just something would always come up, and I'd be like, ugh, screw this, I'll try it later, and then I never do. Lodestar 8-1 Mondays, yep. We could go Commodore 64 if I wanted the series to take place across the next 10 years. Oh yeah, the built-in OCR, that's something I found interesting. I think that just uses Google Translate, but still. Oh, thanks to IAST for the 25 bits. That'll go right in the gas tank, thank you. Yeah, more like 10 centuries. Honestly, committing to a complete catalog playthrough for any computer system seems like a fool's errand to me. Like, maybe I'll just say fuck it and play every Windows game ever made. Just all of them. MS-DOS Mondays would be similar. So many games. The problem with computers is there's no restrictions, no console certification, which is good in terms of developer environment, but bad if you want to explore the whole library, because there's homebrew, there's stuff made way after the system was relevant. Okay, Alex, see you soon. I've been having a good time. I've been shit-talking you a lot. Yep, been completely normal. I've been going ape on the horn. Home computer ports of arcade games. Some people wish the best for us, and some people are out to kill us, I'm pretty sure. Good luck hunting everything down that was made. Yeah, that's a problem, and also sequentially playing through a library is its own problem, because, believe it or not, I've looked at 3DO, and there's almost no hard release data known for any of the games. All the games you look up when it came out, and it's just like 93, 94. I know Famiconsumer, if he's here, he's been working on a release list. You gotta go through old magazines, go to their coming soon sections, and even then it's just like a best guess. OnlyFans exclusive PC98 streams. You joke, but I really think there's money there if you do it right. Maybe I shouldn't say too much more. I gotta steal that. Of course it couldn't be here on Twitch. I can't tell you. One of the best things about Macaw45 streams is he'll be loading up any PC98 game. He'll be playing it for like an hour, and then like sudden full screen penetrative sex all over the place. Just all kinds of fluids everywhere, and he's like, "Oh, damn it!" Every time. Doesn't matter if it's a puzzle game or an adventure game or like a card game. Nope, it's gotta have porn in it because it's PC98. So yeah, I will consider that idea. Yeah, it's basically Rollo the system. Rollo the computer platform. Okay, everyone, act normal. I think Alex is coming back. We're just talking about godly games for godly gamers. We're going to play all the Christian PC98 games that still have porn in them for some reason. Horny Sweeper? That's a title. Yeah, Spartanberry. Yeah, BBH's his dedication to playing every single arcade game is honestly really amazing. He's like, what is this, his 5th year with MAME Roulette? At least the 4th year. And every single time MAME updates, it adds a couple dozen games to make his quest even longer. I'm being banned even though I'm the only one playing. Well, time to get off the bus and let it roll into a ditch. I don't think you could even stream Atari porn games on here. I wouldn't risk it anyways. Yeah, if there's one thing BBH can say after this, it's that he played every single worthwhile arcade game, and most of the other bad ones. There's so much like Korean jank and slot machine games, and my god, the Mahjong games. So many Mahjong games. I think I'm starting to like this game. This is pretty good compared to, well, yeah, Hapti Head. I prefer Desert Bus to Hapti Head. BMX XXX is definitely banned here on Twitch. It's noted by name. And only for one reason. That's because the GameCube version includes FMV stripper videos. The GameCube one. Not PS2, not Xbox. The Nintendo GameCube, the console with a handle on it. That's the one that has full frontal nudity. Yep, it's true. Some people just now learning of BMX XXX. The other thing I remember about that game is you can make a bicyclist using the create a character mode, and you can make them shirtless. And it also has an age feature, so you can make a topless grandma in that game. Unfortunately, never going to be something we see here on the stream, but trust me, it was really something, especially for the time. Some people have BMX XXX. I used to. I sold my copy literally a few days ago. I realized I'm never going to be able to stream
Who loves
this.
you, baby?
Hey, it's Alex.
I'm back.
We're talking about Christian video games.
Oh, it sounds like you're having a great time. Let me just refill this with some cherry Coke.
Alex is back. Everyone act normal.
I'm back. Everybody be normal.
The guy came.
I see multiple people saying BMX XXX.
No,
so.
we weren't. They just came up with that on their own. That was their own thing. I can't control them.
Danny, what'd you do?
Nothing.
Okay.
Also, I forgot to tell you to turn on the radio.
All right, you want to do that? Okay, go over to the side.
Okay.
Ready?
I'm there.
Okay, here we go. Back. There you go.
Thank you. Seamless.
Wow.
Beamish.
I'm sorry for all the beamish you have to hear now. Okay, let me just pour this soda pop into this thing.
Oh, I want a Gizmondo. That's one of the few systems I don't have. I don't think it's streamable either.
Is that because of the equipment, or is it because it's just terrible?
It's because Twitch has banned the game Sticky Balls.
Honestly, I think that's fair. Even if people are like, oh, that's a mistake, it's actually not. No. They just don't want sticky balls on, not because of any kind of rudeness, but because it's really fucking sucks. And you know Twitch, they only want good games on there.
Yeah, they only allow good games.
Like,
Play Raid Shadow Legends.
we're keeping the audio lower because of A, copyright reasons, and B, some of the songs are extremely fucking loud, so we don't want to blast your eardrums out. And we can't really adjust audio on the fly, so unfortunately...
Can you boost it just a little? I'm over at the side.
Okay. The Time Gal's gonna blast all your ears out, I'm just gonna say that.
We'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Okay.
Okay, good. I think that's a good setting. This isn't meant to overpower us, anyway.
Okay.
It's just, we're out here on the desert.
The desert.
We popped in my Willie Beamish CD. We're going to listen to the CD audio. What the hell was I talking about? The last 20 minutes just kind of flew by.
Well, if you want to know what I did, I took Buttons outside for his daily constitutional.
Oh, good.
Well, it was like his thrice daily constitutional at this point. He had a good time. He just started meowing at me and getting upset because he wasn't upset. He was just real happy.
What a good boy.
There are none of Piper's songs on here. We did not grab those. Christ, I wish.
There's a lot of songs in that game, too.
There were, especially the one about a man being made out of muscles, which is my favorite song, if you ask me.
Are we still on track for dinner at 5:30?
Probably, maybe.
Okay.
Probably closer to 5:30 or 6.
I may just wait to eat until then.
Okay. Well, you wanna take a break then, or you wanna take a break now, or you want me to at least start driving?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me drive.
Switching controllers. There you go. Alex is now in control. I'm actually going to leave for a few minutes.
Okay, Danny is going to do what he needs to do.
And stretch my legs. Hang my butt out the back of the bus.
Please don't, please don't Dave Matthews Bandit. Mara, our roommate, is cooking because she is a secret third retro pal who is never on stream. And she is not our personal chef. She makes... I would feel horrible having an unpaid chef in the house. That is not...
Oh, that'd be cool, though. Okay, I'm leaving.
Please go. They're calling you the Dave Matthews Bandit.
Hey.
Alright, get out of here before they start calling you other things. Yeah, he's gonna go outside. Danny's gonna go outside, roll on the sidewalk, eat some grass. All that good shit. Alright, Razor says the stream is driving them crazy. It's driving me crazy, that's why I had to leave. Yeah, I took Buns out. He sniffed at something that... He was really intent on sniffing something that was either a big pile of dirt or a poop. And multiple times I've had to yell at him and be like, hey, don't eat that. And he eats it. No, I cannot drive for reals. I don't know if Danny's talked about his issues, but I can't drive because my eyes are too bad, and I have tried multiple times to drive in real life. I have tried with multiple teachers teaching me how to drive. It is not going to happen. It is not a possibility. As soon as the car starts moving, my brain is like, cool, I'm going to die. And I'm like, hey, don't feel that way. You're not going to die. You're going to be normal. And it's like, no, you're dead. You're a dead person. So yeah, I don't drive. It's I cannot do it. But shout out to people who drive. You are the real king of the roads. Kings of the road. Kings and queens and just plain rulers, whoever you are. Daniel Alex does sound like an indie wrestler name, absolutely. Yeah, we do not have a driver in this household, so we are very accustomed. I am at least very accustomed to using good old public transit, which I love, by the way. Public transit rips. It's the best. Oh, it's this song, yeah. Yeah, road monarchs. That's what I say to people who can drive cars. All bus drivers are saints, by the way. Even the real shitty ones, I just want to say. I miss the bus. I miss the bus, so I'm driving the bus. Yeah, I never got a driver's license. I couldn't afford driving school either, so I was like, as a kid, so as a teen, I should say, and I was like, no thanks. I will just live in places with good public transit. And guess what? That is not as easy as you'd think. Bevork, Bevork, please be a bus driver. I don't know if I can have an influence on you. But if you were a bus driver, that would be freaking epic. Yeah, Krungo has multiple times driven me places. Bless you, Krungo. Bless to everybody in Austin who's had to drive me. You are all angels and saints. Saintels, as we call you. No, I don't think anyone's ever called anyone a Saintel. Oh my god, I thought it was too far off the road. Okay. We're good. We're still good. If you want to know what it's like to be around me, I'm very loud. But you could probably get that impression from the stream. Yeah, I used to live somewhere which had real shitty public transit and I couldn't get anywhere. And then I moved to places without any public transit and that was even worse. Do not do that if you can't drive. Austin is okay. Houston was fantastic. I miss Houston's public transit, but you know. Danny's back.
I'm back.
He's back, baby.
I get food in like 15 minutes.
Oh, it's gonna be in like ready in 15?
Mm-hmm.
Sure, that's fast. All right, then when that happens, y'all should take your break and I can just keep talking to chat.
Okay.
Because I had a protein bar for these, you know. Because a man is more than muscles, but he is still muscles.
He's mostly muscles.
Mm-hmm. We're talking about how I can't drive.
I can't drive either. They won't let me.
Yeah, Danny's eyesight makes it so he can't. They're legally like, if you drive, you're a dead motherfucker. You're like, okay.
We will arrest you.
Uh huh.
Changing my shirt. Don't tell Twitch.
Okay, I'm wearing a RetroPal shirt for the first time.
Never.
Yes, I've never worn this shirt before. I don't think. No, wait. Did I wear it out to a thing? No, I haven't. Okay.
I'm gonna wear my Wolf Team shirt.
Oh, that's so fucking cool. Now I look like a chump. Alright, people are talking. Oh! That rules! And, according to the opponent, public transit near him is called Hampton Roads Transit, or HRT for short. That is lovely.
Cool.
Okay, Krungo, but that sign was pre-printed. It was, and I'm sorry, I didn't want my neighborhood to get gentrified, but it happened anyway, so I don't know why I asked. There was I'm wearing the Retro Pals Pride shirt that we sold last year. We will probably be selling stuff again this Pride, I don't know.
Probably.
Maybe.
I'm gonna do some weird stretches behind you.
Okay, that's good. I actually did my full set of exercises before the show started, so...
I'll be making Jason David Frank karate noises, too.
Okay, cool. Okay, that last one sounded profane.
I hope
Bless
that
you.
came over the microphone.
Alright, Caleb lives in an area where their public transit is Strathcona County Area Transit, or SCAT. So we've got SCAT and HRT. Just Cab Metro here in Austin, damn.
I love abbreviations, especially when they don't think them through.
Okay, I got some folks in chat who also got the Pride shirts. Yeah, it's a merch. When you get that done, let us know. We would love to have some Bubsy merch up there. Oh, man.
Well, Bubsy love it.
I don't give a shit about what Bubsy thinks.
Wow.
Why should I? Sorry, Bubsy, if you're listening. Bubsy's probably like canceling their subscription. They're like,
yeah.
No, I can't deal with this. Not during all of this. I can't deal with this being insulted like this. I don't deserve this.
This anti-Bobcat agenda.
And Gex is like, you're right, honey. You don't deserve this. I don't know why.
That was a weird voice you gave Gex.
This is how Gex sounds now because I can't do a Dana Gold voice. I only have two voices. Well, I have three voices.
Hey, boo-boo, it's tail time. Okay. I got my Wolf Team shirt on. Mm-hmm. I'm fueled up on Mountain Dew Gamer Fuel.
All right, I've got Cherry Coke for Chicken Cherry Cola. Star Pop mentioning that the lead villains in the Clone Wars are the Confederacy of Independent Systems, or CIST, so that's beautiful.
Makes sense.
Bus alignment is awful. I will never make the bus. I always drive in the middle of the road because that is how I do everything. Baby.
Yeah, this is a pretty extreme lean for a car. This is not a car you would want to drive, or a bus.
I mean, it runs hot. The gas gauge obviously doesn't work.
I've actually been in this situation. My dad's car would overheat at a certain point, and you had to keep driving. If you ever slowed down, it would overheat completely.
I don't like that.
It sucks. Cars suck.
Cars do suck. That should be the conclusion that we reach after this, is that cars suck, public transit rules, buses rule, trains rule, ferries. Yeah, let's shout out to ferries.
They get you where you want to go.
The creatures can transport you, and then the boats can also transport you. So ferries, top notch, top notch.
The 100-year-old guy who voiced British Gex.
Gex.
We have never seen that. Gex actually had 2 unique British voices in Gex 2 and 3. That's something we should show off at some point to get a complete idea of what Gex is. I didn't consider the idea of coating my throat in Mountain Dew Code Red.
Did you do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's fine.
Okay, yeah, I probably should have done it with the cherry Coke, but I mean, I was drinking fucking milk, so...
There was a Technic shirt. What the hell? Was there a Technic Beat shirt? I would be all over that.
Oh my god, I want one of those.
Technic is the prequel.
You know what? Trams are okay. I'm pro-tram.
Tram's rights.
Especially those little trams that take you to theme parks. Yes. Rights for all of them. Monorails are okay. You know what? I'm light rail. Big fan. Big up on that. Trolleys? Sure. Absolutely.
I want him to get that light rail that lets you go to New York in like 2 minutes.
Oh man, I want high-speed rail so bad. I don't know if we're ever going to get it in this country, but I want it. I'm sorry, I'm going to be a fucking dumb baby for a second because I'm driving the bus, and bus drivers, they're allowed to be babies.
Yeah.
I want a high-speed rail from Austin to Houston and Austin to San Antonio, especially to San Antonio, because I want to just get on a fucking train, take that to San Antonio. I want to take the bus to the train. Then I want to take the train to San Antonio, and then in San Antonio I want to take the bus to Six Flags, and I want to go to Six Flags, and I want to look at the roller coasters and not ride them, and go, cool roller coasters. That is what I want. That is what I want more than anything. I want to go.
Oh, the Texas Triangle Rail. They gotta do it. That
They
sounds
have
so
to.
cool. Come on. Quit
Yeah,
spending money on stupid shit. Make the light rail.
Yeah, and I want to take the rail from Austin to Houston too, so I can just be like, damn, I want really good food. Let's go for 3 hours on a train, get some food, and then come home.
Ape
And you'll be
Escape
like-
2 is apparently... Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you keep going.
Ape Escape 2 also had unique localizations in Europe, apparently.
Oh.
That might be a fun stream theme. Just games as you're not used to them, with more posh voices.
How do I feel about pedal-powered bars? They have those in Austin. We saw one. I think you and I saw one of those when we went to see the whatchamacallit show.
Yeah.
What was that? How can I now? I can't remember anything because I'm driving.
Was that on cinema? At
Yes,
the cinema?
yes. And
Yeah.
we saw one of those bars where it's just a bunch of drunk people.
One of the
at
greatest
one-
live performances I've ever seen.
Yes!
The on cinema at the cinema live special.
That was amazing. That was just really wonderful.
They were still just as... The experience was just as terrifying as you see in the actual show, only it's real life.
It was great. It was really, really fun. If the live show is ever in your area, I cannot recommend it enough, especially if you're a fan of On Cinema, which is... I also highly recommend if you want a soap opera-esque take on really badly informed fan shows. I don't know how else to put it.
Yeah, it's a show designed to make fun of podcasters, essentially, and across 10 seasons, it gets completely off the rails and ridiculous, like to an extent you would never believe. The best description I've seen for that show is, don't watch it if you're having a bad day.
Yeah. I actually really like it because there's not a lot of shows. A lot of the shows that make fun of like fandom ignorance are like they kind of are like, these guys, they look like dumbasses, and they don't really get deep into like the actual issues with doing, entertainment where you're very not informed. And this one does that. But it also just goes into personality clash stuff. I really am a fan.
Okay, since Scarlet Swordfish asked, and we have infinite time to answer,
Oh,
On
yes.
Cinema at the Cinema is a web show from Adult Swim starring Tim Heidecker and Greg Turkington, his guest. Together, they review all the movies that come out every week. And that's it. Nothing else happens.
And guess what? All the movies are always 5 buckets of popcorn.
Oh, yeah,
They're all great.
a 5-bagger for sure.
And yeah, there's a very long and convoluted plot weaved throughout it that is really interesting.
How are we driving on empty? We've been on empty for the last 2 hours.
Like I said, this bus has some issues.
Oh, Ape Escape 3 has the vocals theme. Okay.
Okay.
So, Alex,
Yo.
as we come up on the 3-hour mark, why don't we go into the segment you had planned?
Okay. Do you want to take over the driving? Or
Yeah, give me.
Okay. Hold on. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Control's been
so
transferred.
I want to break the segment up with 5 in a row, so that means we can extract this to like 6 segments.
Okay.
I'm turning this into 6 different segments. So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to read to you descriptions of 5 TV shows, and you, Danny, chat, because you have access to fucking, Google. Don't
Google
spoil it for Danny.
Don't use your Google powers this time.
Yeah, and especially for those of you who actually know a lot about TV, I'm thinking about Electric Boogaloo in particular. Don't try not to shout out the answers. You're a ringer here.
So to set this up, Alex has a comprehensive book listing all the sitcoms ever made. And
Here's the book. It is.
Oh God, it's like 700 pages.
It is the complete directory to primetime network and cable TV shows. If a show aired in primetime, this book has it. It is painfully heavy, and I have the 2000 and this is like the 8th edition. 8th edition. So it's.
And what's the challenge here?
The challenge is I went through this book, and this book is from 2003. I went through this book, found 20 shows that sound as fake as can be, and I made up 10 fake shows as well. So I'm going to be reading some shows, and Danny has to guess whether they are real or fake. These come in a few different categories. We have a category I like to call Aliens Among Us, about TV shows where aliens are on Earth and having sitcom situations.
Okay.
I've got Monkey Business, shows where monkeys are the main characters and there's wacky situational comedy happening with them. We've got TV spin-offs of TV shows. And then we've also got movie adaptations, where it's TV shows that were adapted from movies.
Okay, so...
And the last one is just etc. weirdness.
I see.
Oddballs.
So 2/3 of these are going to be real, and it's my job to sniff out the ones that you made up.
Yes.
Okay, sound good.
All right.
Let's start off.
First one is a movie-turned-TV show. The Net. An adaptation of the Sandra Bullock film starring Brooke Langton as a normal netizen who accidentally receives an email meant for a terrorist organization. It features Tim Curry as the Sorcerer.
I'm going to say that's real.
You are correct!
Yeah.
The Net is a real TV show. It aired July 18th, 1988 to March 27th, 1999.
Wow. I
Yeah.
never knew there was a TV show based on The Net.
There was.
Now we know. Yeah, I'm not going to be looking at chat for this. Y'all can discuss if you want. Feel free to make your own guesses. Just don't Google. This will be a fun exercise and a good time waster.
All right. This one is about aliens. It's called Migo. Bronson Pinochet stars as an alien who crash lands on planet Earth and has to disguise himself as a human being. He winds up becoming a nanny to a single dad's 3 kids, and he must keep his identity a secret. He tells the children he's just some guy from Canada. This aired September 19th to October 24th. Is this real or not?
Man, that could go either way. You have said there are a lot of weird alien shows that were inspired by the success of Third Rock from the Sun. I'm gonna say fake.
Migo, starring Bronson Pinochet as an alien who has to be a nanny to kids, is real.
Oh,
Migo is real.
Damn
Migo
it.
is real.
I'm 1 for 2.
All
Never
right.
heard of this freaking thing as long as I lived.
No, I'm trying for that. Let's see. All right, how about Battalion 340?
Okay.
Okay, features one. Okay, this let's see. This is a World War II this show is about a World War II Air Force battalion who has to do their best dealing with their newest officer, who's a hyper-intelligent chimp named Basil. Basil can crack enemy codes, which is what he's mostly used for. He sniffs out Nazi traps, and he makes a mess out of their campsite. They end up learning to love him but he has a lot of problems. This show did not last long. It lasted from June 14th to July 12th, 1981. So about like 4 episodes aired.
Wow, a month.
Mm-hmm. So do you think this is real or fake?
Already I've determined this game is impossible. But if I had to guess, that sounds real.
Fake!
Oh! I got.
You got on that one. That one is fake. So that's
Shit.
3 shows down. 2 more to go, but...
Thank you to Spin Cut for the 100 bits.
Oh, shit, thank you.
Hope you're enjoying me getting owned by Alex's fake TV shows.
All right, let's try... okay, here's another adaptation. Casablanca. A continuation of the movie, this adaptation takes place a year after the events of the film. There were only 5 episodes produced. One of them was called Divorce Casablanca Style. It aired April 10th to September 3rd, 1983.
An 80s revival of Casablanca as a 4-episode TV show. Yes, that's real.
It is real. It is real. Danny got it right.
This
Danny
world
got
is
it
so
right.
stupid that has to be real. Casablanca came back in the 80s as a TV show. Again, never heard of it, but sounds totally plausible.
All right.
80s were weird, man. We had Small Wonder show about a robot girl. Mm-hmm. It was all over the place. That's what makes this game so difficult.
All right. One more. This is Anna and the King, a non-musical adaptation of The King and I. Now, this one's interesting because the author of the original novel that the musical was based on hated the show so much, she called it inaccurate and mutilated portrayals, that she actually sued the production company for copyright infringement. She did not win. This aired, very short airing, from September 17th to December 31st, 1972. Danny, is the Anna and the King adaptation that was so bad that the original author sued, is that real or fake?
Well, that would imply Anna and the King, the author, was still alive in the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like an ancient novel like I thought it was.
Mm-hmm.
Still... real.
Real is right. Real
Okay.
is right.
I almost said fake.
Anna and the King show did exist. It was really bad, and I think that is 5. That's 5, right?
Yeah.
All right. So Danny, 2 wrong, 3 right. Good job.
Okay, that's a passing grade. Not
It
really.
is. Let me mark down.
The 2010s version was Divorce Gangnam Style, as Taizo says. Divorce Gangnam Style.
I'm sorry, divorce cousin. Okay, but here's the thing. When I looked up these shows, I also
Oh, we passed the 3-hour mark.
Oh shoot! You gotta honk the horn.
There.
Thank you.
You get more honks at 4 hours.
All right. Yeah. The funny thing about these shows is I looked the real ones. I ended up going to Google not Google. I'm sorry. Wikipedia and looking up some of the show titles, and some of them sound just fucking. Some of these sound fake to me.
Yep, there's a horn. You push the start button, you honk it. I'm not allowed to until the next hour, though.
We're only allowed to honk the horn on the hour. All right, so good job there. I'm so glad I tricked you with Battalion 340.
Unbelievable.
I think that was the only fake one I gave you that round, right?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, well...
And you just psyched me out for the rest.
Yeah. Oh my god. So, there we go. Good job, Danny, actually. Battalion 340, like, that sounds... When you read about the monkey shows that exist, that sounds real. You want to know something funny? I actually, for one of the fake show ideas I had, it was going to be an all-monkey sketch comedy show called Ape City. And then I realized that there actually kind of was something like that with the Chimp Channel. That was the... we talked about that in an episode. That was the monkey movies turned into a whole thing where the guy ended up doing a weird nude concept thing and getting fired from his own show.
I'm ready for more of these.
Okay, you want me to keep going?
Yeah, keep going.
Okay.
Do some
let's do
more.
5 more. Okay.
Let it ride, as they say in Vegas.
All right. This is a show about aliens. It's called Tanya and Trillins.
Okay.
It was a show. I think it was on ABC Family. It featured started a 12-year-old girl, Tanya, who was played by Raven Simone, who discovers that the new kid in school, Trillins, is actually an alien. Now, each episode was like a kind of educational, but not really. Like the same way Saved by the Bell was considered educational.
Right.
Each episode involved Tanya teaching Trillin something new about Earth. Like he had to learn about the internet, cable TV, sports, things like that. And it aired This one actually aired for a while. May 19th, 1997 to July 18th, 1998. Danny, Tanya and Trillins, about Raven Simone teaching an alien about the Earth. Is this show real or fake?
Timeline's good. I don't know if they would be talking about the internet in 97, 98. Sounds plausible, but I'm gonna say fake.
You're right! Tanya and Trillins is from my own sick, twisted mind.
Yeah, I used my own deductive reasoning. Up yours, Sherlock Holmes.
Alright, we've got another alien show for you. This one is called Hard Times on Planet Earth.
Okay.
Hard Time on Planet Earth. An alien military commander is found guilty of war crimes and excessive violence. He is forced into exile on Earth as a human, where it is hoped he will learn to live, laugh, and of course love. His parole officer is a floating eyeball robot who supervises him. He also provides comic relief with his catchphrase, which is negative outcome, not good. This aired short while, March 1st to June 21st, 1989. Danny is Hard Time on Planet Earth, about a war criminal exiled to Earth with a wacky robot parole officer. Is this fake? Is this real?
Well, I don't think war crimes are off limits for even wacky TV shows.
Mm-hmm.
Alien shows were popular. I already got one that was fake,
Mm-hmm.
so this one probably isn't fake. I'm gonna say it's real.
It is real. I was my bad. It's right. Hard Time on Planet Earth was a real show that really aired. I have never heard of it. It looks like shit.
I'm on a roll, baby.
All right, how many was that? 2? Let's get another one here. Let's see. Here's a movie adaptation. Uncle Buck. Kevin Meaney stars as Uncle Buck in this adaptation of the hit film. It lasted not that long, September 10th, 1990 to March 9th, 1991. And it basically continued the Uncle Buck story. He's this shithead uncle, slob bastard who has to take care of these kids. Yeah, you think that's fake, or is that real?
I've heard of this one. It's real.
You're right. It is real. I could not believe this was real. So
That was the first one that I'd ever actually heard of.
It sounds...
I never actually saw it, but yes, there was a TV adaptation of Uncle Buck starring John Candy. The show didn't have John Candy, did it?
No, it did not.
Grover is fake.
Grover is very fake. Let's see. Okay, I think I've got 2 more for you now.
Yeah.
Okay. Arresting behavior. 2 incompetent cops are followed around with a handheld camera in a satire of stuff like cops and real stories of the highway patrol.
Wow.
There are only 4 episodes that aired. It was basically Reno 911 before Reno 911, and I think one of the gags in it that I wrote down, that I found in my research was at one point this cop breaks in a window of to get out a baby that's trapped in the car, except they break out the window right next to the baby. The mom is freaking out, and then the cop just turns to him and he says, "Hey, this baby's got good reflexes. It turned away from the glass."
That's 100% real.
It is real. Arresting behavior is very real, and I had not heard of it. It aired August 18th to September 2nd, 1992. I had never heard of it until doing this research, and I really, 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 really want to see it. It actually sounds super interesting, especially...
We live in a world where Cop Rock got multiple years of shows, multiple
True.
seasons. That was a show, if you're unaware, is where cops do their regular thing, only at certain dramatic moments they burst into song. That's a real show.
It's bad. I think I have one more for you, right?
Okay, yeah, I've gotten all 4 of these. I'm ready to get them all.
Okay.
Give it to me.
All right. This one is, let's see. This one's called... Sorry, I may have just put this one in because of the name. It's called The Daddies. It's a spin-off of The Mommies, which was, what was that, ABC? NBC? It was Mommies was a really heavily promoted show. They really were trying to get that off the air to the point where they did make a spin-off of it. Instead of featuring 2 moms who are dealing with their life, it features 2 dads. However, unlike the moms, these dads are single. And they live next door to each other, and it's basically The Mommies with just like a gender flip there, except that they are single. It only lasted, however, for 2 episodes in June 1994. Is The Daddies real or fake?
It's a tough one. That's totally a premise they would have adapted to TV, like twice removed. Oh, we had the mommies, we gotta have the daddies. However, I'm detecting some real lightness in terms of content and context that you're giving, implying that it is fake.
Damn it! It is fake.
Ah!
How did you get that?
I'm psychologically reading you.
Don't.
5 for 5, baby. Well, at
All
least
right,
on
that
this
was
one.
a good one. So that's 10 of those. It's almost time for you to have food, isn't it?
I think so.
Okay.
Okay,
well,
so we'll put this on hold. Alex has more segments, but that was fun. I want to do more of this.
I have a lot of those. Okay, I have a lot. I have I went through 10 and I have 30 entries. So you got 20 more TV shows to go through.
Wow. So all right, I've gotten, what was that? I got 2 wrong out of 10, I think.
I love checking all saying the daddies was fake. Listen, here's the thing: if you're looking at sitcom stuff from the 90s, you will see so much stuff for the mommies. They were trying to promote the mommies so fucking hard. Like they had the mommies in commercials. They had the mommies promoting Tide, and I just had never heard of the mommies until I did research about old sitcom 90s sitcoms and shit, and I kept running into Mommy's ephemera. I hate saying that. It does not roll off the tongue at all. And I've seen some of the Mommies, and it just seems like a really boring, bog standard sitcom. It doesn't seem interesting at all. But
besides, the internet would be all over the daddies if that was real.
It would. You would see people.
You would see all kinds of memes being all like, "Hey, did you know that this show existed?"
You would see so much of that, but no, there is. Unfortunately, the daddies is like, oh, you're going to love it when I get more into the monkey shows. Because the monkey shows are, the real ones sound fake, and the fake ones sound real.
I'm only aware of Lancelot Link's Secret Chimp.
I just can't believe there was actually a monkey-themed sketch comedy show, and it wasn't called Ape City, which is what I called it in my head. Let me load up Twitch here for a second.
All right, now I'm good and hungry. I'm ready to eat.
Oh, it smells good. Damn, that smells good.
That was a fun segment. Thank you for putting that together.
Oh, no worries.
And I'm looking forward to owning you at the next few ones.
Well, I think I've already spoiled some of the fake real ones to you, and you're not going to believe it, but there's one that is so... There's a real one that's so fake that some of these Mara helped me with, the fake shows, that when I was talking to Mara about it, she was like, she was like, okay, I just read her the description, and she was just like, okay, that seems a little too fake. You need to change this. I'm like, no, that's actually a real show. And she was like, no.
Sephisai remembers Hard Times on Planet Earth, but not the Mommies. I vaguely remember the Mommies. All I know is that Uncle Buck was definitely real. Mm-hmm. The others were mostly guesses.
Yeah, I never saw the Uncle Buck show. Why are we doing this to ourselves? Because we are sending off the Sega CD in style, baby. We're almost at the halfway mark.
I like a challenge. Mm-hmm. This seemed like a good challenge. This is, what is this, Sonic CD music we're playing?
Yes. This is from the US soundtrack. I did not find any of these from Vincent Dawn. I found all of these from this massive book, which I will take a picture of and post, because...
Yeah, give that book a thump so people can tell how
I'm
big
going to thunk it on my leg.
That's a big-ass book.
It is huge!
Turn to the last page. I want to know exactly how many pages there are.
Alright, 1,590...
That's way bigger than I thought.
And 92. Oh my god.
That's a lot of sitcoms.
This book is featured, this book is referenced so much on Wikipedia. I feel so happy to have it.
See, back in the days, y'all have been watching nothing but Twitch streams the last few years, so life is different. But back in the 80s and 90s, we didn't have a choice. You just had, whatever few channels were on cable TV, and if they wanted to show you Casablanca, the TV show, well, then tough shit, you gotta watch it. And if you like video games, you gotta wait till Saturday when Game Pro TV is on, which really... all the shows about video games back then were pretty much just calling you an idiot for liking video games.
Basically, yeah.
So there were those and many, many, many horrible TV shows. Thanks to Kate Libc for the additional 69 bits right in the gas tank, keeping us going. Thank you. Or Video Power with Johnny Arcade. I watched so much of that. That was, I think that was on after school, so I actually did get to see a lot of Video Power.
Yeah, let me post this to Twitter so y'all can see this thick... I'm going to call it a thick book.
That's the thickest book I've ever seen.
And I'm going to get fucking banned for calling it a thick-ass book.
War and Peace ain't got nothing on this shit.
Mm-hmm. Thank you to everyone who's watching. I can't...
Dude, Itinerant Soldier, you had fucking Bad Influence. That's like leagues better than anything we had in the States.
Yeah, I gotta say, UK, like, video game shows have something to them that is...
You also had Game Master, which was more akin to what we saw here in the States. That I can relate to. But Bad Influence, it had these mini documentaries. They were like talking to actual kids about what they thought about games. It was miles beyond anything that was airing here. Here they just got some TV personality to be like, hey dudes, here's some new video games coming out, but you shouldn't watch this because that makes you a loser.
Yeah, a lot of 90s, I mean, it wasn't that, like, a lot of UK media wasn't like, this sucks, but, like, a lot of the 90s, like, kids show snark was more like, you suck, fuck off.
The dark days of having to wait days and days and days to see one little morsel of video gaming content, and then just having J.D. Roth calling you a moron. Or Johnny Arcade being all coked out and dancing all over the place.
I love coked out Johnny.
He was coked out on every episode. Every single one.
All right,
Who is the Nick Arcade guy? He's been known as being pretty out there, very gesticulating throughout the shows, but no, he didn't have that level of coke energy that, that Johnny Arcade had.
There's a link to a picture of the book. It is big.
It's so
Oh
big.
my god, I need to set this down. I also have the last book of Roger Ebert's negative movie reviews, and I have Second Life for Dummies, so I may be reading out of that after I run out of
I can finally
content.
learn about Second Life.
Yeah, finally, all the... I'm like,
And y'all better behave or I'll start reading the Sonic the Hedgehog novelization.
You know what? I think you should.
Maybe after dinner.
Yeah, after dinner you should do that. Alright, you want me to take over?
Yeah, please. Controllers changed. Alex is now the driver.
Mm-hmm. I am the wheelman.
Mm-hmm. It made me laugh a few days ago when I saw a driver on some marathon, some speedrunning marathon, and they included the subtitle. Because every time when you include the title of driver, you have to include the subtitle.
You are the wheelman!
Driver, you are the wheelman.
I mean, I am.
Driver, you will return this game to Blockbuster after you can't beat the tutorial. That's okay. That's some industry secrets there. My roommate worked for Blockbuster around the time the original Driver came out, and he said 80, maybe 90% of the people who rented it immediately returned it later in the day because they couldn't figure out how to get past the parking lot. Yeah, the parking garage where they make you do every single move and won't let you move on or skip it. Most people who rented it just said, fuck it, I'm renting something else. This is garbage. So that's all I know about Driver.
And there's a lot of Sonic CD music. Did I put this on shuffle?
You did, but I downloaded it all as one file, so this is the whole soundtrack.
Okay, well there you go. We've got the whole soundtrack going on.
Yeah, I felt the movie Driver really got bogged down in the tutorial.
Have you seen that one?
No.
Did that one even come out?
Driver?
Yeah, the movie?
There was a Driver movie based on the game?
I thought... Never mind.
That's not it.
Okay.
Hey, not just you, Jampolian. A lot of people played Driver. That was a really popular game for some reason. Other people can't beat the tutorial, yep. It was cool. It was the closest to an open world game we had back then. That was pre-GTA, I think.
Wheelman, that's what I was confusing that with. Okay.
That's what that is, yeah.
No, we are actually having more than average buffering for some reason, too. It's, I don't know what it is.
I don't think we're getting frame drops. Oh, just now our bitrate dropped off a cliff, so that probably did it.
Yeah, it's been... Our bitrate's been going down more than usual. No idea why. Do you think it's a sand?
Spectrum really doesn't want us to do this.
No, they've actually been pretty pissed at us the last couple of... yeah, it's on our end. It's on our end with the bitrate dropping. We don't know what's up. But hopefully it's not too bad, just a little buffering.
And yeah, this is the Sonic CD US OST we're listening to. Oh, European version didn't get You Are the Wheelman?
Boo!
That sucks. Damn.
Yeah, this is a stream Spectrum doesn't want you to see.
This is too hot for TV.
And I figure that everyone's using the internet so much now during the day that it's just clogging the pipes.
That would be it, probably.
Like everybody flushing it all at once. Sorry for talking about toilets.
Come in.
Come in. Oh shoot, we have dinner delivery.
Thank you.
Cool, thank you. Thank you, Mara.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Well, our wonderful roommate has brought us food.
Okay, who gets to eat first?
You've been playing, so I get to drive. So
Okay, there's 3 each.
you get 3, I get 3.
Yeah.
You can leave
I'm
the room
actually-
to eat. So
Yeah, I'm gonna sit back away from the microphone.
Yeah,
I'll yell
see.
if I have anything to say.
yeah, don't make chewing noises on stream. Chad will probably not like that.
Let me know if you can hear this.
Just like lip smacking noises for like 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
People love lip smacking.
Some people do.
Yeah, no, like if you wanna, I guess this is like mukbang, but without the, the webcam or the interaction.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, eat. That's how they do it, right?
Yeah, everybody, eat them if you got them. That's the real sonic boom. The sound of me crunching into a chip so loud that it bursts everyone's eardrums. Yeah, thank you to everyone who's still tuning in, even though Spectrum's mad, and also this can't be the most interesting game.
No way.
Yeah, we're all sonic booming.
Oh, so good.
I know, it's, Mara makes the best spam musubi on Earth, on the planet. It's so fucking good. I gotta say, living with... I've mentioned it before, but you know what? I shout out to the third secret silent retro pal, Mara, who has helped us through so much of this stream. Shout out to you, Mara. Mara is always fucking helping in a lot of ways, with equipment, with moral support especially. Dinner, just all kinds of shit. We couldn't really do this without her. So everyone do was it 20 streamer salute to Mara.
What even is that?
I don't even fucking know. Like, I don't know. Spam your favorite emote to give Mara props. I didn't plan out this segment at all. Sorry, Mara. You deserve better. Also, yeah, Mara helped out with a lot of the fake shows that I made up. We had a bouncers for Mara, baby. Yeah, Cookie's blessing Mara. We got the raisins, my Sharona guy. Perfect. Thank you, Mara. Everyone, shout outs to Mara. She is fucking awesome.
Tessie's here.
Well, hi, Tess. Mara's also luckily she's also one of my best friends, so yeah, I get to live with my 2 best friends and play video games. I am the luckiest man on earth, and also, of course she's here eating spam musubi.
Cat loves spam.
She just likes Japan, period. If we have something, we're watching anime or eating Japanese food or shit like that, she rushes out to greet the day. The spam musubi is more Hawaiian, but I mean, it's Japanese. So I'm getting off the beaten track here.
No, you have 8 hours to fill.
Okay, well, let's keep filling that time. Yeah, good. I'm glad Mara got to see that, yeah. Oh yeah, my other best friend is Buttons. No, I guess I have 4 best friends. Mara, Danny, Buttons, and Tess. Tess, luckily, every morning, Danny feeds her in the morning, but Tess will wake me up if Danny's not up, and it is a thing. She likes to climb on my chest and holler at me. And then she likes to poke at my head. I actually wear a sleep mask to bed to help me sleep, and she knows that if the sleep mask is on, I won't feed her, but the minute she can hear the noise of me taking the sleep mask off now, and that's when she runs in to be like, Alex, I haven't eaten! I'm starving to death! And I'll go out and I'll see that her, dry food bowl is full, and I'll be like, no. But, we love her. We love her. We love Buttons. We love Danny, Alex, and Mara. It's all love here.
I love Bus.
I love Bus. Bus is fantastic. I mean, some Okay, chat's talking about other people who are not friends with their spouses. Yeah, straight people. That's not fair. I've met some straight people who are very good friends. It's just, How long left on the bus? We scheduled it to end at 10, so I guess 5 more hours.
Halfway there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good to be friends with the people who you are married to, just because it helps with communication. And marriage is about communication. This is the Marriage Counseling Hour starring Alex. And, yes, husbands can be friends, dreaming friends. Thank you, Gizmo.
Hey, Alex.
Yo.
Up yours. That's communication, baby.
Thank you, honey. Bite me.
Right on.
Oh, boy. 4.5 hours left. We got this.
Mm-hmm.
All right. No one get married. I can't give you all counseling. I can only do it through. I'm only licensed to give counseling through Twitch, and only for I only have 5 pieces of advice I'm allowed to give out. One of them is you need to communicate. The other one is it's okay to have separate interests and to not do everything together and shit. That's also important. It's good to share interests, but Danny couldn't give a shit about Second Life, and I am not as interested in the same video games as Danny is. And you know what? That is totally fine. I don't know if I could, I could probably date someone who was really into Second Life, but we would be spending way more time in Second Life, and I don't know if I want to do that. What else is good marriage advice? Again, marriage advice point 3, communication, still very important. Always be communicating. I know I already gave that piece of advice. Advice number 4, stream.
Yeah.
Stream. If you want to keep your marriage together, learn, be business partners. Why not? If Flick and CJ from Animal Crossing can be married and business partners, so can you. Everyone, you cannot be married unless you have a business together. That is the new rule of the law, the new rule of the road, I should say, since I'm on the road. And you have to do it. So if you are married and you do not have a business that you are running together, get on it. Or else I will dissolve your marriage. I am allowed to do that. I do not know why they gave me
You've gone mad with power.
I love power. Well, yeah, we are business partners, and we're also marriage partners.
I'll be right back.
Okay. I have not seen any of the empty... I have seen clips of the empty arena wrestling. I have not watched any of the empty arena wrestling. I haven't watched a lot of wrestling lately. I kind of fell out of the fandom just because I got more interested in the theme park. I kind of decided to go back to my old love of theme parks. That's another thing Danny is not super interested in, and that's fine. I think that probably saves us a lot of money. I don't actually go to theme parks. I just like reading about them and being like, cool places. I actually am interested in a lot of tourist trap shit, even though I know it's not super, super intense. It's not like the intellectual's pursuit to enjoy tourist traps, but I'm interested in the design concepts, how they get made, who runs them, the politics behind them even. So yeah, everything closing has made being interested in that stuff kind of but yeah. It's funny, I mentioned it in Austin, but we have a library that's a really beautiful central library. It's a nice functioning space. It's also kind of a tourist trap. It's meant for tourists to go to. And guess what? I kind of love it. What do I think of Kennywood? Kennywood seems super interesting. I know they got rid of their Garfield ride though, so I don't know if I'm gonna. Okay, Tess wants out, but I can't let her out. You know what's funny? I am so interested in roller coasters. Not super big on riding roller coasters. What do I think about Beverly Hills Cop 3? I haven't seen it.
All right, Alex. It's now time to let Alex eat.
Oh, I gotta eat?
Yes.
Oh, shit. Okay. I will eat a little bit, and then I will be back. Here you go, Danny.
Switching over.
Okay.
I'm now in control of the bus.
I was talking about things I like that you are not super interested in, like theme parks.
Yeah, and like how you're not interested in Hatsune Miku.
I'm not, but I love Your passion for the Meek, for the Miku,
Old Meek.
the old Meekaroni. You know what? I respect it. I respect your passion, and I respect your interests, even if we don't share them. All right, I am going to kill this food. I will be back in when the food's eaten.
Yeah, go focus on food.
Food.
See ya.
See ya.
Nobody tell Alex, but I totally just almost ended the game just now. I was running off the road. I held the button, but I wasn't looking at the screen. Classic bus mistake. But that didn't happen, so no one has to say anything about it. Now, let's play the game and see if we can put on headphones while holding down a button. This game sucks. Not Desert Bus, the headphone game. Okay, back in business. Listening to the Sonic CD past music. Belly full of Spam. It's good times. Spam musubi, if anyone didn't know, is cooked Spam put in between nori and sushi rice. It's delicious. I've been banned for my failure to keep my eyes on the road. Good. It's for the best. This song kicks ass. I hope you can hear it. Yeah, don't show Alex that clip. It's our secret. Yeah, Sonic CD. How do I feel about light gun games? Let me tell you about light gun games. I love them. Especially the arcade ones. My favorite light gun game, I would say, is a game called Virtua Cop 3, which was never ported to home consoles, unfortunately. They had it at Einstein's Arcade here in Austin, and it was one of the many games I would skip class to play. Eventually I got to the point where I could one credit clear it using both guns. That was fun. Einstein's only had a handful of games, but I got really good at most of them. Oh, no, changed my mind. That place had another light gun game, which is my favorite. My number one favorite is Police 911 2. That game's amazing. Police 911 1 and 2 are games that they have a camera that looks at your body while you play, and you have to actually dodge out of the way of the bullets and duck and stuff. All I know about that game is there was one really extreme part in level 2 where like someone's in a bulldozer and you have to literally crouch down in the middle of the arcade and shoot upwards to shoot the driver. So fun. I played mocap boxing and it is super tiring. Police 911 is also tiring, but man, mocap boxing, you just swing your arms a few times and you're done. Carnival. Carnival's cool. Carnival was everywhere for a time, and its attract mode sound was always pumped super loud, so you'd always hear it if there was a Carnival around. Yeah, play them enough and your knees go on vacation. Yep. Let me tell you, that arcade was good for me. The first few weeks, I went to college here in UT. After that, I had to buy a new belt because my pants were falling down while I was playing DDR. All that walking around campus and then playing like motion intense games like Dance Freaks, DDR, and Police 911 2, I actually started to lose a lot of weight. Don't worry, I gained it all back. I'm healthy now. Oh, the song's cool too. Time Crisis 2, I wish I had one of those machines local. That game's fun. Let me catch up a little bit here. Area 51, another classic. Choom. Da-da-da-dang. That's for anyone who's played it. Oh, Ghost Squad. Hell, all light gun games are good. I like them all. House of the Dead 1 is another good one. And if you can find a working House of the Dead 4 machine, you should play that shit. That game is pretty underrated. Any arcade games in general that I can one credit clear? Well, Virtua Cop 3. It's probably my proudest one, because that's a very long game with a secret ending. And the last secret boss in that game is the most twisted shit you've ever seen. Getting there is amazing. You're just like, what? Why am I fighting? I'm not even going to say what it is. You can look it up if you want. Excuse me. Okay, so other one credit clearable games. I can do Strider pretty easy. I've never one life cleared Strider. That's a thing I'd like to do at some point. Recently, I learned how to one credit clear Ghouls and Ghosts. That's a fun game. I can also one credit clear Japan version G of Ghosts and Goblins. No other version. The other versions are too ridiculous. What the hell else have I one credit cleared? It's hard to think while you're driving a bus. Someone mentioned Lethal Enforcers. Y'all ever see Lethal Enforcers 3? I bet not. That was actually a renamed Police 911 3. Extremely rare and honestly pretty good game. Only ever saw it once. Welcome back, fellow food getters. It is time to eat. Taizo, you're one of the lucky ones. Speaking of lucky, how about that Lucky and Wild? I like that game. Let me tell you the first time I played Lucky and Wild. I was watching the news in San Antonio. It was like, whatever their NBC affiliate was. And they were all in on covering the gang violence angle in San Antonio, because that actually was a problem at the time. A lot of kids getting into gangs, killing each other, doing drive-bys. So they were all like, top story today, we've discovered a local arcade that has an arcade game that promotes drive-by shootings. It's called Lucky and Wild. And at this point the game was like 5 years old, so they were just digging for shit to get into. But I'd never heard of it, so I saw that and I was like, I gotta go play that fucking game. And I did, and it was incredible. That is a game where you have a steering wheel and also two cabinet-mounted guns. So you can have two dudes playing at once. One guy can be the wheelman, the other guy can take the guns. But yeah, it promotes drive-bys. San Antonio was pretty wild in general. We had a public access show that caused national news. When one guy making a show decided it would be a good idea to distribute a bomb recipe. That's a thing you put on public access TV. Hey kids, here's how you make a bomb. And the guy was proud of it too. Like, he would re-air that segment, but like he would bleep out the actual ingredients. And then afterwards he would play a bunch of local news being all like, a bomb? You get to know how to make it on public access. I don't think there's any laws in San Antonio. That's the problem. Right, UHF, but real life. If Weird Al taught you how to make homemade bombs. Alucard, fellow San Antonian, as of 8 years ago. Yep, no laws. Just do whatever you want. As long as you don't make the Riverwalk look bad or whatever. Or if you piss on the Alamo, don't do that. Oh shit, it's Time Gal. This is why we keep the music volume low. I'm just gonna listen to this. DC-98 Jr., sorry to say, I've never seen the Selena movie. I sure know who Selena is, though. She was huge in San Antonio at the time. Like, even before her death was all over the news, like, all the kids at school would talk about her. She was a hometown hero. Excuse me. Yeah, I'd like to see that. Oh, the Selena director's cut. Do it back to back with the Wizard. Yeah, the Time Gal theme owns. Oh yeah, Corpus Christi, that's right. Man, for as much as she was talked about, you'd think she was from San Antonio. What a good song. What's this song? Oh, this is also Sonic CD. Okay. Okay, see ya, Gizmo. Thanks for sticking around. Yeah, we only got 420 left. Oh, Jill, you gotta look into Time Gal. It's so much more than that song. The game's amazing, too. Thank you for the Godspeeds. Only God can save me now. And I'm still pretty good mentally. I haven't yet started scream shouting the lyrics to Radar Love. That'll happen sooner or later. Yeah, Tiki, you noticed it too. They totally remixed the BIOS music for the Sega Ages games. It took me a minute to realize what it was. I was like, I've heard this before. Okay, now we got the Technic Beat soundtrack. Highly recommended. Go look it up. It has licenses from so many different companies that it's not, it doesn't pick it up on the algorithms. You can use it all you want. For now. You got a bunch of options if you want to play Time Gal. You can play the Sega CD one. Welcome back.
I am full of musubi.
Good.
How's it going?
It's going good. We're talking about Time Gal.
Oh, Time Gal's great.
There's also PS1 and Saturn ports. I don't think the original arcade game was ever emulated.
Really?
Someone tell Mame about that.
Mame, get on that. Okay, let me scooch my way over without hitting anything. Ugh, that was some good scooching.
Good.
Welcome back. What I missed?
You missed driving through the desert, talking about Selena.
Oh, I love Selena.
And also, guess what? Video games.
You know, I can't say that I'm surprised.
Mainly, I've just been listing off my favorite Hatsune Miku songs.
this Miku?
Yeah.
Damn. I actually, Mara reminded me, I actually have seen Beverly Hills Cop 3. I just didn't remember it.
I've only seen Beverly Hills Chihuahua.
Have you?
Yeah.
I knew. Okay. I guess we didn't watch the sequel though, right?
We watched all 3 of them. Yeah, the Doggy Quinceanera.
Okay, so we did watch all 3 of them. For some reason, I thought I watched them with Mara. Okay. I probably watched them with all 3 of y'all. So.
Yeah, we're having some fun with Miku.
That's all we do around here is have fun with Miku.
Our special guest, Scott from Domino's.
I mean, Scott from Domino's. If you want to make an appearance, we've almost hit the halfway mark. 15 minutes until. I'm really excited. Buttons wanted out again.
Of course he did.
Well, it's okay. So every day, Buttons cuddles with Danny for a little bit, and he hasn't gotten his daily cuddles, and I think he's stressed.
Yeah, it's putting him off his groove, I think.
Yeah. So what I did was well, he went to the bathroom when I was trying to go to the bathroom, so I gave him some hugs. Yes.
Well, the Doggy Quinceanera is in dog years, so
yeah,
that would be like 2 years old.
Yeah, the dog. It's like specifically in dog years. That was 3 was the one with the quinceanera, and 2 was the one with the allegory for racism. At one point, I think that was the one where the dogs were discriminated against because they were lower class or whatever. And oh yeah, in the neighborhood, the evil bank was going to gentrify East LA.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, let's get the Noid on.
Oh shit.
I've been avoiding that guy for years. Maybe it's time for the healing to begin.
Okay, you know what? I think it is. I think we need the Noid to take us through this.
I'm Scott, president of pizza. I think society peaked at the Hatsune Miku Domino's commercial. We haven't progressed since then.
Oh, I'm glad that I'm not. This stream has been so long, and we've Tiki's TV has crashed twice. That is astonishing.
We're crashing TVs now.
Listen, the Noid may ruin pizza, but
we'll just have to not have pizza.
That's fine.
We'll ask him what he wants for once. Maybe the entire time the Noid was celiac. He just wants a gluten-free meal.
He's like, listen, can you at least? She's like, could you just get me fry some wings without wheat? I'll just like that.
What about pretzels? You make pretzels without the wheat? No, of course you fucking don't. I'm the Noid.
God, I haven't had gluten-free pretzels in forever.
I bought pretzels for you thinking they'd be gluten-free. They're not.
It's okay. I was wondering why we had those pretzels, because we usually don't get pretzels.
I can't tell you how many times I've done that. How many times something's come in the mail. I want to give you a surprise, and I'm just like, well, I guess I'm eating this now. So I don't tell you about it.
Well, you can always look, you can always ask me for brand recommendations. I recommend, I think it's Snyder's, they do gluten-free pretzels.
Snyder's, okay.
Yeah, it'll say gluten-free on it. It'll say explicitly gluten-free on the packaging.
Not Rolled Gold.
Rolled Gold also does gluten-free, but they're marked gluten-free.
We have a bus fact.
Whoa, bus fact.
While we're listening to Girls Club.
In 1912, it was reported that 1 pedestrian every 2 days were being killed due to negligent, reckless driving by London's bus drivers.
Wow.
That
is a fun fact.
That is hilarious.
Kept me talking till 2:30.
They're having such a good time. Danny, would you like me to take over?
Actually, I think I'm good for now.
Okay.
I want you to start up your gimmick in a little bit again.
Okay, how about at 6, I read off more fake TV and real TV shows.
That sounds good.
That's a good gimmick.
You know what? Why don't you play until then?
Okay.
Let's divide it up. Divide and conquer, that's what I say.
So I heard the crunchy noise and I freaked the fuck out. Oh, I saw Bussy Bear. I don't like that. I don't like Bussy Bear. Please take Bussy Bear out of my life.
I love when companies name their characters stuff like that.
Me too.
That's so good. Yeah, it's a bus club party.
We're not Twitter can think whatever it wants to think.
Twitter exists in its own universe. This is our bus.
Yeah, there's no Twitter on this bus.
The real world does not exist outside this bus. We're making our own reality.
Like you can in Second Life. In fact, I think that's on the cover of the Second Life for Dummies. It's like, create the world you want.
Yeah, I much prefer Bussy the Bear.
Yeah, that's That's me when I'm on the bus. All right. So
Step aside, yes, I have heard the tragic story of the Noid. That's legit true.
that is really sad.
That's something like you would make up for one of your gimmicks. And
Yeah,
instead
it
it's
is,
like
isn't it?
it's a
It's
thing
real,
that really
it's
happened.
depressing. All right, Star Pop is saying we're taking the bus to BusCon. I want to go to the bus convention.
Oh shit! You know what song this is?
Yeah.
I got my second win now.
Are you ready? Oh yeah, you got the energy back?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no Wi-Fi on this bus. I have one of those annoying signs that's like, pretend it's 1996 and talk to your neighbor. 1996, I would have been in a net cafe. Fuck you. Sorry.
Retro pals get real.
Yeah, it's true. I actually didn't go to any net cafes, but I had internet at home, that's why.
Yeah, we're taking a bus to BusCon, so only bus talk allowed.
Can we bring... I was going to say let's bring back net cafes, but that's basically any cafe with Wi-Fi, so never mind. But I mean explicitly net cafes.
I know a bus fact.
Okay.
This is some secret deep Retro Pals lore I'm letting y'all in on because you've watched 4 hours of this shit. My grandpa was a bus driver.
Really?
Uh-huh.
I didn't know that.
He had flat feet, so he couldn't serve in the war, so he was a bus driver. There you go. Now you know a little bit more about me. Stay tuned 5 months from now when I'll reveal my next Danny fact.
I have a grandpa fact.
Yeah?
Not my grandpa.
Does that have to do with the bus?
No. It has to do with
What?
grandpa's, though.
Okay, go ahead.
He was a telephone installer. He installed telephone systems back in the day. And he was outdoors quite a bit. And that's it. That's my grandpa fact.
Cool.
He installed...
Let's hear it for grandpas.
Grandpas installing TVs and installing telephone cables during the 50s and 60s, and also driving the damn bus.
People are apparently experiencing visual hallucinations. That's good. That's great. I'm looking forward to experiencing that myself anytime now.
That's true. Penn and Teller are not on the bus, Jordan. I assume that they feel like they're too good for the bus. Although, the point-and-click adventure ends with them getting on the bus. So.
It all ties in. Oh, here's a soundtrack. Or time tracks.
Great grandpa facts are also allowed, but I don't have any fun great grandpa facts. I'm sorry. I only have sad ones. But if you have a fun great grandpa fact, please shout it out.
That's right, Estefane. Just like Wednesday, Penn is using his sense of smell to get us to Vegas.
I got time tracks, baby.
These are the hottest jams.
This jam is spicy.
Only soundtrack Tim Fallon ever made for Mega Drive, and it was in an unreleased game.
Alright, we got a bona fide bus fact. In 1952, a London bus driver named Albert Gunton was awarded £10 for bravery for jumping the bus across the bridge gap in the process of raising to accommodate a passing ship underneath.
He was given $10 for that?
10 whole fucking pounds, baby, for jumping a bridge.
They have some kind of real-world achievement system, or what?
You know what?
Achievement unlocked! Jump the bridge gap.
Well, the 50s were just a different time, Danny. No, we haven't picked up the Plock vinyl. We don't have any of those vinyl reprints, do we?
I don't have a vinyl player, a record player as it's known.
Well,
We have a doorbell. I assume it's it's being taken care of. Good.
okay, good.
Don't interrupt us.
Yes, that's another. Mara helps us with that too. The God bless her. Let's see. I don't know why they would only give him 10 pounds. I would have given him at least 20. I mean, it was the 50s, so 10 pounds would,
Is there some kind of bounty board?
Yeah,
Just
there
some-
should be a bounty board.
Just being like, yeah, you can break as many laws as you want, just as long as it's in service of doing one of these bounties. Just love this alternate reality where you're paid for doing 6 stunts.
I want that. I want that.
Are you sure you're not thinking of Burnout Paradise?
Bus Out Paradise. This is...
Let's get the bus DLC.
To what, life?
Yeah,
I need
it's called buying a bus.
I need a bounty board for, like, real life, honestly.
Aw, Trough, welcome to the Kicked Out of the War Grandpa Club.
Was my grandpa kicked out? I don't remember if my grandpa was kicked out of the war or not. I think he was in the Korean War, actually. But that's the only war I knew that he was in. Again, I don't have too many fun facts about my family.
The more I hear about this, the weirder this seems.
Right,
He failed to notice the bridge opening, then accelerated the jump, broke the conductor's leg, and then he got paid a bonus.
Thank you very much to Siri, 21-month resub. Thank you so much. Wow. To Siri says, "Oh God, what are you doing, guys? I don't know."
We have been doing this for the last 4 hours, and thank you.
And we will not stop until
We're about to hit that 4-hour mark.
we are. I'm going to honk the horn 6 times to commemorate that it is 6 p.m. our time.
Man, that's pretty extravagant.
Mm-hmm. It's crazy shit.
Jordan, your grandpa was a spy? Alright, you win.
All right. You are. That is. Oh my God. I don't have a fun fact like that at all. I don't know when the bug is going to splat. I don't even know if we'll get the bug splat, but if we do,
It's at one of the hour marks, I think. It may be the 4-hour mark. Y'all, we may be about to see a bug splat.
Mara with a good fact. Their great grandpa came from Mexico towards the end of the revolution, helped build parts of the roads connecting to Route 66. That is fucking cool.
Let's hear it for grandpas.
My grandpa just helped build the phone infrastructure for California, so that's pretty cool. Have they ever crashed in one of those big desert bus streams? I don't know.
They have. I've looked this up.
Oh, that's sad.
The loading ready run Desert Bus for Hope, the bus has crashed several times due to people. The thing is, they have a bunch of people around doing all kinds of skits and stuff, and if you just lose your focus for any amount of time, it's real easy to drive off the road. There's a pretty good clip of there's this one lady who grabbed the controller and she crashed the bus in like 5 seconds, and then she just stood up and left. The funniest damn thing I've ever seen. Just, oh, you've been driving this for 8 hours, huh? Right off the road.
My grandpa also worked at that factory, Trough of Luxury, especially towards the end of his life. Jesus Christ.
My grandpa, he had to deal with... I shouldn't be saying this. Had to deal with white people telling black people to get on the back of the bus. He was bussing around that time, and they would ask him, "Do I have to sit in the back?" And he'd be like, "Look, you don't have to, but if anyone gets in my face about this, I'm gonna have to tell you."
God, cause Texas and segregation. Yeah.
He was just like, "Fuck, I don't care where you sit."
But
it would always be other people.
My grandparents were not that affable, but they were also rich, so
yeah,
they were kind of rich.
Hey, times were different. This desert bus is for everyone.
Fuck
you can
it.
sit wherever you want.
Fuck it, all this disgusting. My grandma created an insurance company.
Mm-hmm.
She had an insurance agency, and
should this be talked about? Is this ongoing litigation?
I don't think it's anymore, but
Okay.
Basically, after my grandma died around 2001, we all discovered that the finances of the family were all fucked up, but they got a big life insurance policy money, and then after grandpa died, they doubled that. My uncles took that money, one of my uncles, he took all the life insurance money from every relative that died, because we had a lot of relatives die in a very 10-year period. Almost all my family died, and except for my mom. And he took that money and put it into a failing bar. And what's very funny is that he ended up selling the bar. He's also dead. He ended up selling the bar, and if you look at the Yelp reviews, you can see that the period that he ran the bar, everyone hated it. But once someone else took over, just absolutely
wow, what
fantastic.
A great bar.
Yeah, they're like, wow, this is one of the best bars around.
That sucks.
No,
Look at us. We're driving the virtual bus. We're doing pretty good here. Not running any kind of shady insurance scams. No getting people's inheritance.
What's funny is that apparently for a year, my uncle ran the insurance agency without actually having a license to sell insurance, and the cops were after him. And then, I'm sorry, this is depressing, but then he died.
Wow. On that note, thank you. Thanks for watching, Uzi. Good luck with your stream. Y'all should go follow Uzi.
Yeah.
He runs a nice stream.
Absolutely. So that's my depressing family stories. My mom's still around, so that's cool.
Nice.
Yes.
Don't worry, not everyone can have interesting grandparent stories.
Yeah, please.
Hell, mine aren't that interesting.
My
story is my grandpa drove a bus.
Okay, that's
Better than having a Nazi grandpa. Gotta hand it to you there.
None of my grandpas were Nazis, but
we passed
we
it
hit
the 4-hour
6.
mark.
Here we go. Hold on, let me go to this side.
Yeah.
Bad Game Hall of Fame for the 1500 bits. Bad Game Hall of Fame says, wait, hold on, I'm sorry guys. I've got to turn the bus around. I left my glasses back at the Vegas ruins.
Oh,
no,
damn it. Well,
no.
we gotta turn the whole bus around and start all over. Wow, we hit the halfway mark. Thanks everyone for sticking around, for supporting us, for somehow there being 100 people watching the entire first 4 hours. This is where it all goes downhill. I'm just gonna lay back and start like farting into the microphone.
Please don't. That smells.
The world's first Dutch oven over Twitch. Anyway,
No!
we enter our second half with our minds fully intact. We're not twisted at all. Neither of us have turned into the Joker.
Yeah, how?
Yeah.
I think it's the food, the breaks, and for me, I am pumped full of caffeine.
I've been banned.
Oh,
So
don't
I
ban
guess
me.
you have to drive the other
Oh
4
no,
hours.
I'm banned too. So now no one's
now
driving
who's
the
gonna
bus.
drive the bus?
No one.
Hey, what does it mean when your bitrate line turns red?
It means that. Oh, don't worry, it's green on our end. It should be back.
Okay.
We got 100 bits from Moower. Thank you so much, Moower. Moower says halfway there. Yeah, we're living on a prayer.
Yeah.
We will never forget the Joker. Chad is also banned. Good.
Everyone's banned.
Yeah, no one can drive the damn bus.
Let's play the be quiet game. Let's see if everyone on this bus can shut the hell up.
Okay.
I lose.
Damn it, Danny.
Twitch plays Desert Bus. How do you think that would do? How far would they get?
They would probably crash immediately. Because everyone would be like, left, and it would just like, yeah.
Oh, Grandpa's involved in the Kansas grain market. All sorts of intrigue happening.
Man.
Can you imagine what life was like 100 years ago? I bet it was a lot like this.
Listen,
This is a whole lot of driving.
I know what my grandma was doing 100 years ago. She was eating possum. My grandma's side of the family was very, very poor, and they during the Great Depression they were like eight people in a single shack, and they would eat possum and all kinds of shit. Great grandma said possum was very greasy.
Yeah. You know what? I think we're revealing a little bit more about ourselves than we intended.
Yeah, I'm sick of that. No.
I guess now you know that neither Alex or I are people of means. My grandpa was a bus driver. Alex's family ate possums.
I mean,
And here we are driving a bus for the internet.
oh god, that's 500 bits from Frappe Fiasco. Thank you. Frappe Fiasco says, here's 500 bits for your totally legitimate RetroPal stream. Let's find a cure for stubbed toes.
Yeah, let's do it. Someday we'll find a cure. And it's all thanks to you. Thank you, Frappe. Going right in that tank. We're sitting on E. That's good, right?
Yeah, it's fine.
That means excellent.
It is excellent. Yeah, no, we're the working class pals. My grandma had money, but then because my mom was gay, we did not get any access to any.
No.
I honestly I feel bad because, okay, to be dark, Mom and I are literally the poor members of the family are the only ones left, and I just want to say, eat shit, Richies.
Yeah, who's laughing now?
Honestly, it's kind of funny. It's kind of very funny.
We got Squirrel Stew grandmas in chat. We got all sorts of grandmas and grandpas. Mm-hmm. What would they think of us now if they could see us driving this bus?
My
grandpa would be like, "Wow, that's boring. I'm gonna go back to watching baseball."
Oh my god.
This is more fun than I thought it would be.
Yeah,
I'm kind of liking this. This really does evoke the actual feeling of doing a road trip through the southwest United States.
Yeah. I don't know how we're still going on 5 hours in. I don't know how we've gotten there.
I didn't see us getting to the halfway point. I
saw us crashing.
I thought we'd exhaust every possible avenue of conversation and just be like, you know what, just crash the thing.
Yeah. Desert Bus is an amazing OST, actually.
We're almost there. We're not there yet.
Yeah, we've got 4 more hours, but we'll get there. God help us, we may make it. I don't even want to say that because I feel like I'm jinxing myself. But
I never knew that kids asking "Are we there yet?" was a thing up until I think one of my roommate's little cousins came to visit. She was like 7 or 8, and we were driving back from, where are they? What's that place? Dallas, Fort Worth. Fort Worth. Yeah, pretty long drive. Literally every 2 minutes she would ask, "Are we almost there?" Every time we'd be like, "No, we're not even close. You probably shouldn't ask." And she'd be like, "Oh," and like a minute later, "Are we almost there?" It didn't stop the entire time. I had to laugh because I was like, I thought this was fake, but no, kids actually do that.
The opponent? That is a hilarious story. I'm so sorry. I'm not going to read that on here, but that is really...
Wow!
I'm sorry for laughing. I'm sorry for laughing, but...
That is incredibly tragic.
That is very dark.
But that's also a good story
and
to tell.
That is a really good story.
Oh, you were that kid, okay.
Ah, damn.
It's just that certain kind of kid who always wants to know every couple minutes.
Let's see. They're asking if the kid was a Prohibition-era gangster, whether or not you're related to Bugs Bunny.
Are we going to get there?
Do
I have to pump your guts full of lead?
I was going to say, you do sound like Bugs Bunny. You do sound like you're going to shoot someone to have sex with Betty Boop.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. I shouldn't have referenced Boop.
Betty Boop's husband.
Betty Boop. I need to get that Oh, yeah, now that I've got the COVID cash, I can get that pre-order.
Mm-hmm. Order all the Betty Boop books you want. That's a tongue twister.
The Betty Boop books.
I want an Easter basket.
Yes, I will. I reference Mr. Boop. I'm a big fan of the Mr. Boop comic.
Children are like cats. They got no attention span. They'll ask things they asked every couple minutes. Betty Boop books.
We can't do that. All right. When you want to take over again?
So we passed the 4-hour mark, so let's do it.
Okay.
Passing controls.
There we go.
There we go. Hey, guess
Betty
what?
Boop.
I honked.
Thank you.
I know that's illegal.
No, it's okay. It's legal now. All right. Do we want to do another round of TV shows?
Okay, we are continuing Alex's gambit, which is to try and trick me with... he's been listing off 30 classic sitcoms from the past, asking me to tell which of the 10 of those are fake.
All right. This one's called Grandpa Goes to Washington.
Fake. Wait, no, that's not my answer. I'll listen for more information.
A retired political science teacher is forced to run for the U.S. Senate when the incumbent candidate is caught with strippers. He eventually wins, and even though he has no political experience, he has to drive to Washington in his old Volkswagen Bug to bring his promise of honesty in government to the people. This aired September 7th, 1978 to January 16th, 1979. Danny is Grandpa Goes to Washington, about a man who is forced to run for the U.S. Senate and wins, and his grandpa. Is this real or fake?
Does the whole show take place on the road? Is this just like a series of road vignettes on his way to Washington? Or does he get to Washington?
Let's say no. I think that I think that most of it actually does take place in Washington.
Fake.
Well, I'm checking my book, and it looks like Grandpa Goes to Washington is real. In fact...
Oh, shit.
Yeah. In fact, what page can you find it on? It is on page... Oh my god, this book is too big. It is Grandpa Goes to Washington, which I picked absolutely because the name sounds fake.
It sounds so fake. It
is on page 482 between Grand Slam and Grapevine.
All right, everyone, grab your textbooks. Highlight that. This is going to be on the quiz.
I don't know if
Grandpa Goes to Washington.
I know, that sounds so fucking fake.
Wow.
All right, so one point for Alex there.
Yep. I got 5 in a row last time. This is my first loss in a while.
Okay. Let's do some spin-offs.
Yeah, that's some real Capitol Hill bullshit.
Okay, I think I'm actually going to do some that are going to be softballs for you because I think I've actually mentioned these.
Okay.
Okay. Don't say it until after I read the whole description.
Fake.
Beverly Hill Bunce. Hill Street Blues spinoff featuring Norman Bunce, a.k.a. Dennis Franz. Bunce, I think it's Dennis Franz. Bunce leaves the police force. He moves to the hot world of Beverly Hills and becomes a private detective. It aired November 5th, 1987 to April 22nd, 1988. Danny, fake or real?
Real.
You're right. It is real. I actually
Good.
did talk to you about this
Yeah.
before the thing, which was...
I vaguely remember that.
Okay,
All About Bunts. What was it called?
It was called Beverly Hills Bunts with a Z.
Real catchy.
Uh-huh. All right, one more that I'm pretty sure I talked to you about.
Yeah.
This one's called Me and Max, and this one I like because I think the premise is a delight. Me and Max. A deadbeat dad's life turns upside down when, after he walks out on his wife realizes that, hey, she wants to be a deadbeat mom. So she walks out on her daughter's life, and her daughter has to find her way to this guy's doorstep. Will she end up getting him out of his rock and roll bachelor lifestyle, and will he learn to laugh and love? This aired March 22nd to July 25th, 1990, not very long at all.
Yeah, not to be confused with Mac and Me. This is real.
Mm-hmm.
This is one you spoiled to me before
this
the
one
show.
I spoiled to you because...
That one didn't sound real. It's like,
idea-
oh yeah, you're going to be a deadbeat dad? Well, I'll beat you to it. I'm a deadbeat
That
mom.
is so funny to me. Just the idea of a deadbeat dad locking on his family, and then the mom being like, "Shit, that sounds good. I need to get in on this. I need to abandon my family." Okay, that was 3, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's.
So I've
read
gotten
you.
2 right, 1 wrong out of this
Okay.
last batch.
All right, let's see.
Yeah, the 90s were really something.
All right, here is this is a movie adaptation, movie turned TV series.
Uh-huh.
Space Truckers, an adaptation of the 1996 movie of the same name. Show takes place a year after the hero, John Canning, is killed Skags. John, Mike, Cindy, and Cindy's mama. They travel the galaxy, and they haul cargo, and they solve problems. The show's actually interesting. It received some critical praise, even though it only aired a couple years in syndication, because the show almost had a DS9-esque approach to the subject matter. It was actually kind of thoughtful, which is weird, because the original movie, which I think was a German, UK, America co-pro, that one was really off the wall and kind of unwatchable. That one aired April 23rd, 1998 to January 13th, 1999. Danny, is the Space Truckers adaptation real or fake?
You put in so much detail. I'm really wondering. But a show called Space Truckers in 98, 99? Fake.
It is fake. That one in particular was I got a real big assist from Mara with that one. I couldn't think of any movie.
That was good though.
Yeah, she was the one who suggested it's a DS9 style take on Space Truckers, and that delights me.
Oh yeah, and as Bad Game Hall of Fame mentions, Lodestar was originally a space trucking movie.
Yeah.
That was in development hell and got turned into a horrible video game.
Okay, that was 4, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I need to give you one more here. Let's do this one. Me and the Chimp. This is another Monkey Madness.
Mm-hmm.
All right. A dentist's life is turned upside down when his kids find a chimpanzee named Buttons.
Buttons?
Yes, he's a washout from the space program. They find this monkey straight up at a park and decide to bring him home. They're like, why? Why not? Let's see. The Buttons the Chimp causes a lot of problems for the father of the family. He does things like traps the family in a ghost town and ruins the husband's wedding anniversary. This aired January 13th to April 27th, 1972. Danny, is Me and the Chimp about a washed-up space chimp who wanders his way into a family's heart. Is this show real or fake?
Well, I think the giveaway is in the 70s. The 70s were all about those monkey shows. Once again, Lancelot Link's Secret Chimp, the only one I'm familiar with, but I do know they were a big thing. Gonna say that's real.
You are correct. Me and the Chimp was a real show featuring a trained chimp named Buttons, and
Why do you have to be named Buttons?
because it's really cute.
Yeah.
Do you want me to keep going? That was like 5.
Yeah, let's do it. See you later, Boogaloo.
See ya.
Just
All
jump
right.
out the back of the bus. You can catch up later.
Okay, another alien-themed one. This one's called Lost on Earth. A TV reporter does some dumb shit on air and is demoted to a puppet show host after his mistake. Now, the funny thing is, these puppets aren't actually puppets. They're aliens. They're real-life aliens. And they become stranded on Earth, and through his misadventures, he learns to as always, live, laugh, and love with
Always.
his wacky puppet pals who are actually aliens, alien puppets. This aired January 4th to April 22nd, 1997. Danny is lost on Earth about a TV reporter who finds out that the puppets he has to work with are in fact wacky aliens. Is this true or false? Fact or fiction? Beyond belief.
This could go either way. This sounds extremely plausible. I don't know if it would happen in 98, 99, but then again, that's the era that brought us that weird show about the writer and the bunny voiced by Bobcat Goldthwait.
Yeah, that one.
So I'm gonna say fake.
Danny Cowan, Lost on Earth, is real.
God damn it.
That one's fake. I fooled the chat too. Chat's like, no way, this is real. No way, this is real.
Yeah, they got you.
I will
Alex
prove
pulled
it.
one over on you.
Let me read the description from the book. Hold on.
Yeah, look up the index.
Oh my god, I gotta go to...
Oh, that just barely crossed over into fake for me, but yeah, like I said, that era was all about weird puppet shows for some reason. There was a big run on shows about puppets.
There really was. Lost on Earth. It's on page 701. It stars Tim Conlon as the TV show host. It aired on the USA Network, and it ran for 13 whole-ass episodes.
USA Network. Greg the Bunny, that's the name of that show.
Okay, the description says, aliens landed on Earth once again, only to get stuck in another dumb sitcom in the short-lived Saturday night entry. David was a failed newscaster on station KTEE who had been demoted to hosting a kids' puppet show by his tyrannical station manager, George Grecken. Taken aback when the grotesque puppets began talking to him and only him, he soon discovered that they were irritable aliens from an unpronounceable planet who had mistakenly morphed into puppets form while watching the Muppets. Now they wanted to get home. Smarmy, self-centered David, thinking they might help jumpstart his career, agreed to keep their secret. Sherry was Grecken's uptight daughter and second in command who bossed David around but secretly wanted to undress him. Creepy.
Good.
And Nick was David's addle-brained pal. The gross foul-mouthed puppets were grouchy, aimless. There was Ahab, sexy Angela, of course, horny Bram, corpulent Cubby, homesick Rally, and cross-eyed Philippe, the ostensible leader.
Tag yourself. I'm corpulent Cubby. I'm horny Hank, too.
I'm horny Hank. I'm sorry.
Wow, I've learned so much about sitcoms from the past. I was a little uneven in that. I got one wrong, I think, right?
Yeah, you got,
I was mostly on the money, though.
Yeah. Do you want to do some more? Or are you good for now?
Let's tally things up. So I got 2 wrong in the first batch. Second batch, I got all 5 right. Third batch, I got 1 wrong. What are we on, the 4th batch now?
I think we are, yes.
Okay, so
I'm
good.
not keeping really count. Do you want to keep going, or you want me to wait?
Yeah, keep going.
Oh, God. Alright, you know what? Let's keep it with the aliens. Aliens in the family. Doug Brody, a single dad, is abducted by a sexy single alien mom. They end up getting married and raising a mixed alien-human family. This show featured a very intelligent, hyper-intelligent baby. The baby could talk, he had a British accent, and he would constantly plot ways to kill those around him. This aired March 15th to August 31st, 1996.
Alex, I think you're describing Family Guy.
No, I am describing Aliens in the Family, featuring a man who gets abducted by a sexy MILF, pre-MILF I should say, and they end up raising a family together of aliens and humans.
Doesn't that be like an AI elf? Alf? Oh my god, Alf! That's an Alf I'd like to fuck. Anyway, this show, I don't think... Boy, it's another one of those ones that could go either way, huh? I'm gonna say...
You hadn't said that!
I'm gonna say that is... real?
Danny Cowan.
Yeah?
When you hear about a man getting abducted by a sexy alien mom,
it could happen.
And they raise kids and have a hyper-intelligent baby who sounds just like Stewie, you think that's real. And you are correct! Aliens in the Family is real.
I'm right. I'm always right. I know my alien
You can
milfs.
find this on page... what page is this on here?
You can all retract those bands now, because I was actually correct.
Danny was right. Alien... Was it not?
Yeah, it only took 4 hours and 20 minutes before I said Alpha I'd like to fuck.
Aliens in the Family. You can find it on page 31 of the Sacred Tome.
Yep, people posting images. There's proof here. Oh, we're about to hit 420.
Oh, hey,
You know what?
hey!
I think 420 it warrants at least one honk from the
Yes,
line.
absolutely.
You ran out of points by banning me. That sounds about right. Oh, there it is.
Thank you.
I took my thumb off the gas just to do that.
Let's
Probably
see.
wasn't a good idea.
You know what? I think it's time for another alien show.
All right, I'm ready.
Okay.
I've been doing pretty good in the alien category.
You have. Okay, this show is called Ask Gloria. GRKL-079-A, aka Gloria, is an alien who's disguising herself as a human. She ends up getting a job as an advice columnist at a local paper after she moves into the suburbs to get away from people, so she's not found out. Now, her non-human background makes her great at giving down-to-earth advice, while her coworkers frequently call her out of this world. It's a running gag. Now, she does have a nosy neighbor named Beatrice. She is always trying to figure out whether or not Gloria is an alien or not, and leads to a bunch of wacky situations. But yeah, Gloria, she is an alien disguising herself as a human, and has a job as an advice columnist. It aired March 21st, 1989 to January 8th, 1990. One of the longer run series.
Oh, now I'm extra nervous with this Sonic Rush soundtrack coming up.
So what do you think?
These are too good. You should make it more obvious. I would say this one's fake.
Ask Gloria about GRKL-079-A, aka Gloria, who is a advice columnist with the tagline that her work is out of this world, is fake.
Yeah.
Mara really gave me the
That was a
really
good
got
one.
that one. Yeah, that one was really
Yeah,
really good.
that really had me thinking.
Okay, that was good.
That sounds more plausible than the last few.
All right, you want to do another monkey show?
Yeah.
Okay. This one's called Violet's Wish. An eccentric old woman, Violet's last dying wish is for her swinging bachelor nephew, Dave, to have kids and leave his party-fueled life behind. Now, she realizes that he is too wild and free to settle down, so she ends up gifting him a baby chimpanzee named Bobo,
God damn it, always with the chimps.
who she found in an alley behind a local research facility. Together, Dave learns to calm down, but turns out Bobo is more of a party animal than he is. It aired June 10th, 1978 to December 19th, 1978.
Well, you put it right in the decade for monkey shows, making it even more difficult.
So Violet's Wish.
The name Bobo sounds kind of on the nose, but the idea of an old relative wanting their younger generation to calm the fuck down, that sounds too real to me. I'm gonna say it's real.
Violet's Wish, about an old woman who wants her nephew Dave to calm down and learn how to raise kids by giving him a monkey to raise. Fake.
Shit!
Violet's Wish, fake, fake, fake.
I thought
fake,
I remember.
Fake, fake,
I
fake,
thought
fake.
I remember hearing about that was like a real thing. You've started ruining my memories. You're tampering with my brain now.
Oh my god! People are saying they remember watching Violet's Wish!
Yeah,
no,
see?
No, you never did! Violet's Wish is a combination of a bunch of crap from the 70s. Oh my god! Wow, I did a good job with that one!
That was a freaking good one.
Alright, I'm surprised I got you on that one. Alright, we got another show here. This one is called... maybe I should just finish going through all of these. I mean, we do need content for later, though, so maybe I should stop.
How many we got?
We got, hold on, let me count how many we haven't done. 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 10 left. We have 10 left.
Thanks to I asked for the 25 bits. We should name the Mandela effect the Alex effect. Alex, you've warped my brain more than this bus ever will. I've been huffing bus fumes for the last 4 hours, and I'm ready to believe anything about monkeys.
Well,
we'll save the last